Something went wrong, but let's give it another shot. Oh, good. Okay, there we go. Fucking Twitter. Why is that? Huh? Okay. Oops. Okay. Let me just make sure that this is there. And now I have to not talk to other people on Discord. There we are. There we go. It is I. I am here. Present. And accounted for. I can close this. Awesome. Well. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello out there. And welcome back to TableTalk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. Oh, goodness. Is that even still a thing? Sorry, I've just been, like... I've just been reminded that Steam levels exist, and I want to know what they're for again, because I think I know what they're for, but at the same time, I have no idea. How do I see what mine is? Huh? I don't even know. Okay. Well, that's that. That means nothing to me, I guess. In that case, let me get this off my desktop so it's not using any of my internet bandwidth. There we go. Okay. Hello. I hope um I hope everyone out there had a good holiday season slash had a or will have a good New Year's soon. That's a thing. Get to watch the whole show tonight. Well, good. Glad to have you, Slay. Hello, bros. Hello, Timothy. It is just me for now. We will see if Boo joins us later on. Aiden will not be joining us tonight, as far as I'm aware, because of family obligations. So, but that's all right. So for now, it's just you and me. Was good other than COVID last week. Oof, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't seen, it's nice that it hasn't been going around too much more often. But every now and again I do see some people that say that they got it and it's like, "Oh man, that sucks." But I'm glad that it's gone for you, that you got through it. So, hope that wasn't too terrible. Holidays were good for you. Good to know. That's good. I actually I got a few things of terrain for like D&D slash Warhammer stuff, which is very cool. We got to use it that day, my roommate and I. It was very cool. Got lucky, very mild symptoms. That's awesome. That's good. I'm glad for you. I really am. Um, but yeah, I played a game of Warhammer, not that night, but the day after, I think it was. Was it that night? I actually can't remember now. But regardless, I lost. Because I play Necron, and my roommate plays Space Marine. Um, and at some point, I'm going to assemble all of my other guys, and then we'll have more of a varied game, hopefully, every now and then. But yeah, Excuse me. I'm currently painting a Lehman Russ, so that'll be cool. I'll put pictures of it in the Discord when I have it all done. But yeah. Other than that, I got a few other things, some good stuff. Pretty happy. Greetings, table flippers. Merry belated Christmas. Christmas tree emoji. Hey, man. How's it going, errant dragon? I gotta remember to do that. Greetings. Hello, Lux. Hello. Yeah, merry belated Christmas to those of you who did not get one from us last time. If you watched the show, I guess you probably got it from us at the end there, but and soon to be a happy new year, hopefully. Hopefully 2020 is finally about to end. Yeah, that's the spirit. Hell yeah. Well, we'll see. But anyway. Oh yeah, I wanted to say I got myself a little present. The world building talk last week was nice. Good. I'm glad. Well, now we get to do more doom and gloom stuff, apparently, because One D&D is apparently that thing that everybody's like, doom and gloom. It's great. It's really fun. 2020 needs to end its extended duration. Yeah. Yeah, well, at this point, I don't know if it ever will. But that's my doom and gloom for real life, so there you go. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I got myself a little present for myself, which was the Keeper's Handbook for Call of Cthulhu. So I'm really excited to like be able to have that and read through it again and, you know, play it whenever I want to. Because Call of Cthulhu is great. Wizards of the Coast as a whole is doom and gloom right now, apparently. Yeah, I've been seeing you guys have been posting stuff in our Discord, and I appreciate that. Cool, nice self gift. Hell yeah, dude, I wanted it. And I've seen that people are talking about the open gaming license and such, and I haven't gotten too far into that kind of stuff, so I don't know too much about what people are talking about in that respect. But from what I gather, it is of course a thing that people are both for and against what's happening with it. I guess I don't know entirely, but until I get more information on that from my own like research, then which is going to happen today. In fact, One D&D review tonight or something. Some more One D&D talk. Yes. So I wanted to start out today by looking at this article that Slay actually posted in our Discord. It is from dicebreaker.com, and I want to read through it with you guys, and we'll talk about it a little bit. We'll see what we've got here. So this is a Dicebreaker article. The link will be in the description, obviously, when the VOD comes out. It says, One D&D's open gaming license will introduce royalties for biggest creators, prevent third-party NFTs. If you make more than $75,000 a year selling D&D creations, Wizards of the Coast wants a piece of the pie. Which, already I'm like, okay, so third-party NFTs, great. Awesome. We're already embracing the NFT thing, are we? Great. Whoa, so good. Doesn't make me want to die? Absolutely not. Wizards of the Coast is just trying to be sneaky. This 1.1 update is smoke and mirrors because a lot of people are reacting as if it replaces 1.0, but it doesn't. OGL 1.0 can't be rescinded. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like another thing that people are literally just doom and glooming about, which is whatever, you know? But let's see what this article has to say. NFTs are gross as hell. Yes. NFTs are pointless. Trying to force royalties on other creators is just scummy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But, like, yeah, I don't. Let's just read the article. Let's see. Dungeons & Dragons creators attempted to clarify the future of the popular tabletop RPG by explaining how One D&D will change the way independent creators make and sell D&D related products. On December 21st, blog posts on D&D Beyond says the company and designers working on the next iteration, codenamed One D&D, have heard the discussions concerning the Open Gaming License (OGL) and accompanying System Reference Document (SRD). When combined, the pair form the legal framework and specific rules that allows third-party adventures, supplements, and other tabletop content to be created and sold on platforms such as TripTrpg and Roll20. The DM's Guild is a unique exception. Publisher Wizards of the Coast plans to keep the OGL around, though though version 1.1 will better fit the current reality of Dungeons & Dragons as a multimedia brand that extends beyond the tabletop, as well as addressing just how financially successful a select few third-party companies have become. Okay. I'm going to ask this out of ignorance, but what the fuck are NFTs? Oh, there's a video that you should watch from Cynical Reviews. He goes like into it. It's like an hour long, and he goes into what NFTs are and such. So, but from what I gather, at least from my layman's knowledge and the loose remembering of that video. Oh, I didn't realize that was still on there. Sorry, you got like a part of my thing there. Whoops. From what I gather, it's just NFTs are like nothing. NFTs are just like pictures that you can just download that people have been scamming people out of money with, basically. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck like they're supposed to be, but they don't work the way that it's intended, or at least quote unquote intended, as far as I'm aware. I don't have a great grasp on them. All I know is that a lot of people have lost money buying into these things that do not exist and are not protected. So I don't know why the fuck people are doing it. But they are, because they think it's the next big thing. They think it's the next Bitcoin, basically. But it's not. They're just paying for nothing. I don't even know. Anyway, I'm not an expert, so do your own research. I've seen this whole thing before. Wizards of the Coast just going to lose a bunch of money, then things will either get back to normal or move on. Probably. NFTs are a thing that burn a bunch of electricity to make a picture on the internet, supposedly be worth some amount of money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, big scam. That's what NFTs are. Yeah, that's my assumption and my understanding, and that's as far as I need for it, because it's just like they're everywhere, and so many people have already talked about how they lost so much money from them. And I'm like, why would you go for them then? It's the same with how cryptocurrency is. Like, some of it is actually something, while most of it is a scam. So I don't engage with it. Right? Anyway. The new One D&D and everything you need to know. Oh, that's one of their videos. Okay. Well, that wasn't on my docket today, but maybe, when was this one out? Hold on. Let me find out when that video came out. Dicebreaker. Videos. This one came out. I assume months and months ago. This one came out 4 months ago, so I have no idea. Okay. Probably talking about the playtest material for... Okay, yeah, I don't know. Nothing fracking things, got it. Yeah, basically. Okay. The OGL, excuse me, needs an update to ensure that it keeps doing what it was intended to do, allow the D&D community's independent creators to build and play and grow the game we all love, without allowing things like third parties to mint D&D NFTs and large businesses to exploit our intellectual property, the blog post reads. Oh. Okay. Well, if that's... It's just... Okay. All existing creations meant to be used with D&D 5e will remain compatible with One D&D and whatever OGL drops alongside it, Wizards explicitly stated that creators will not need to rewrite or republish their old material to fit the new models. Creators should also continue to refer to the existing SRD, as its replacement is being developed alongside One D&D via ongoing public playtesting. Okay. So then what's the point with... Why are we talking about NFTs? I assume other people are quote-unquote minting, because I don't know how that works, but they're doing things. They're minting NFTs without D&D's permission, or sorry, Wizards of the Coast permission, and they're selling them using like their official artwork and stuff, or at least their ideas, and then people are buying them when they want to have a handle on those. So it's an IP like copyright protection thing, I assume. One of my favorite YouTubers, Josh Strife Hayes, did a great video on how NFTs suck. Josh Strife Hayes is a great YouTuber. Yeah. Go watch Josh Strife Hayes then. He probably has one that's also a very good one on, like, I have no doubt, because his quality of content is very good. I really like his content. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff recently, but, like, yeah, watching through some of his old stuff, man, good stuff. They're for people who think you can own an image without owning the copyright to it. In other words, idiots. Yeah, okay, gotcha. The thing I dislike most of this 1.1 update is it requiring anyone who uses it to tell Wizards of the Coast what the product is before the publisher can make it, letting Wizards of the Coast police what can be made. Oh, okay. See, if that's the case, that's kind of shit. But we'll see. Oh, by the way, I also looked into the current D&D 1, or the 1D&D playtesting stuff, which is like clerics and the light domain, spells for them, divine spells, and spells for primal stuff, as well as I think a race of like animal folk, which is going to cover everything a furry could ever imagine. Not that I'm discouraging that. All I'm saying is that's what it is. You can be like any animal human hybrid thing, like anthropomorphic animal. That's the word. Which I'm cool with. I like the idea of anthropomorphic animals. We did a whole campaign. Well, we didn't finish it, but we started a whole campaign with that being the premise. The guys and I. So, like, I'm 100% about it. But like, I don't know. OGL version 1.1 will clarify that it is only meant to cover tabletop material, adventures, supplements, sourcebooks, etc. that are printed or published as electronic documents such as EPUBs or PDFs. Video games like the upcoming Baldur's Gate 3, merchandise, books, and films won't be covered, which makes sense given Wizards and parent company Hasbro are hard at work monetizing D&D along those vectors and beyond. Upcoming film Honor Among Thieves represents the beginning of D&D's brand expansion over the next 5 years. Sorry, there's another? Is that the D&D movie? Is that what it is? So 1D&D is D&D the Furries edition. Not sure how the public will react. No, it's not that. It's just that there is a race now in that one playtest material that now can do that. It's like, you know how Aarakocra exists and how Owlin exists? Well, now you have this race that like does that, Tabaxi, and other things, it seems. That's at least my interpretation of it. You're just putting them all as this one term, and then whatever you like go off of with that, it has its own rules, or it has its own things for those specific parts of that rule. Because like some are flying, some are something else, as far as I'm aware. What is this? D&D Honor Among Thieves. Oh, this is. Oh, is it an animated series? Okay, cool. Oh, is this just like the movie, but like the animated version or something? I don't know. I haven't looked into the movie since hearing about it, really. The blog post states very little will change for those creators who publish free material, but commercial creations will be subject to a new royalty system. Anyone selling their work will need to agree to a new license, report OGL-related revenue annually if you make more than $50,000, and publish a specific creator badge on their products, likely similar to programs such as the Morkborg third-party agreement. Okay. Actual royalties won't kick in until 2024, and only when a creator of business or business revenue cracks the $75,000 ceiling. Wizards claims less than 20 entities will be affected, but you can bet Critical Role's fast-expanding media empire is among them, of course, along with longtime D&D publisher Kobold Press. Okay, yeah. So the ones that you would expect are going to have to give royalties because they're using the intellectual property. You know what? It makes sense, at least to me, that this would happen because they have like made businesses off the backs of Wizards of the Coast product. Now, I don't care if they make more money, I guess. It doesn't matter to me if Wizards of the Coast makes money off of like Critical Role, or anything really. But it doesn't seem like it's necessary for them. I don't know. Oh wow, you started quick. No, I mean like, well, yeah, I had the opportunity to start earlier, thankfully, at like the normal time today, so. That's just a toon pick of the main characters of the movie that's supposed to be out sometime in 2023. Oh, is it supposed to be 2023 now? Jesus. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. It makes sense for the bigger guys, but sucks for the smaller ones. Well, I don't even think a lot of people are going to hit that glass ceiling. Glass ceiling? That ceiling itself of the $75,000 ever. I don't think a lot of people are going to. Potentially. Unless they put out a lot of content that's really quality. But I think that they're going to be buried regardless. I don't know. I guess it would be interesting to me to know who will get there. And is this $75,000 over every year, or is it just entirely? Because I assume it's every year, annually. But I don't know. It's not that Wizards of the Coast is doing anything they don't have a right to, but they're probably going to damage themselves by doing it. Potentially. It depends on how much this affects everything, right? I don't see this coming to be, or this being something that affects everything immediately. It might over time. But at that point, because it will have happened over time, I think a lot of people will just not care, you know? They'll just look at it and they'll go, no, it's always been that way. I don't know. Think they'll lower the ceiling? See, if they lower the ceiling, then they'll have problems, I think. But like a $750,000 ceiling isn't the worst thing. I haven't seen any language to indicate that the $750,000 is annual. Ooh, so that's a problem. So over your entire lifetime, if you start making that much, then you have to start. So if that is the case, again, I have no idea. But if that is the case, and it's not an annual thing, an annual check, and it's just a lifetime revenue check, that sucks. That really sucks. Because once you hit that threshold, then it's like, well, now I just owe Wizards of the Coast. Which, unfortunate. Really unfortunate. But at the same time, again, we are using their IP to a degree. So, I don't know. If it was an annual just check of like, oh yeah, did you make that this year? I'd have a little less of a problem about it, honestly. But again, I have no idea how it actually is. The latter relies heavily on freelance writers and illustrators, and it's unclear how heavy the royalties will be and whether it will affect customer prices or freelance pay. Dicebreaker has reached out for more information. So that's the thing as well, right? You have Kobold Press, which they make their own stuff. They make it so that other people can use it, right? But they make their own stuff. Sounds weird. At 50,000, publishers have to let Wizards of the Coast see their financial records. At 75,000, they then apply royalties, and it's all pre-tax gross income, not profit. Okay. Huh. Strange. Okay, well, I guess we'll see how this does, because if it bites them in the ass, I mean, maybe it'll take D&D down a couple of pegs. I don't know. Um, we'll see. But I don't know. This vision of an updated OGL paves a path for Wizards of the Coast to muscle in on ultra successful crowdfunding projects without crushing existing communities, which the blog post says are a critical part of the D&D experience. It also said existing virtual tabletop agreements will not be affected by whatever shape the OGL takes, even though the company has announced their own version to launch close to One D&D's release in 2024. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't I'm not a businessman man. Um I don't know my business, and I don't know I guess how this could affect in the future just off of this, but at this point it's interesting to see this actually coming about now, as opposed to it being something that came about earlier. But the only reason why they're doing it now, as far as I can see, is because they're coming out with their virtual stuff, like their virtual tabletop. They now have an own D&D Beyond. They're focusing a lot on that virtual stuff, and the PDFs and all that to be controlled through their D&D Beyond site now. Um, and One D&D is kind of pushing that, which there's nothing wrong with that. And like was said before, they're not doing anything that they don't have the right to do, but it's just interesting to see how this might affect something like Critical Role, right? Which I don't think they're gonna like. Critical Role is not gonna stop doing their thing just because they have to give them like what $1 million every year or something, right? Um, like they're fine, they'll be fine. Cobalt Press, again, they do their own kind of stuff. They don't necessarily just like use or I guess they don't use their own, or they don't exclusively use D&D. Like they can use that, like they use the rule set basically. But Critical Role has used D&D straight up like to do everything. So I don't know. Um Critical Role will just switch to a different game system? No, they won't. No, they won't. They literally won't. They make god money at the moment. They're fine. They do not need to do that. Just from the live stream in general, with like donations and shit, they're making god money. They will never switch. In case I missed it, but what's the new stuff, if any, is going into the game? I haven't talked about it too much right yet, but so far from all the test playing stuff, you've got a couple of new races. They're redoing at least what it seemed like, because again, none of this stuff is for sure, but they're redoing like the feat system, and they're putting that back in, so every 4 levels you can get a feat. Bunch of other stuff. I don't know. Wish they would go back to Pathfinder's stupid 5e. I don't care, you know. They like it. They honestly like whatever system. They don't like D&D. The reason why D&D is so popular is because of them, and at this point, if they were to switch and do something else, they would lose so many people. I super believe, excuse me, that D&D is integral to Critical Role. And the reason why they only do some shows with different systems is because they can, but they know that they can't do anything that's bigger than D&D. They just can't. It would lose too much. Anyway. This yeah, I don't know. I just want to see how this goes about. I want to see if people like really dog on Wizards of the Coast afterwards for all this. Also the why do NFTs even like just don't. I mean, if they're making it so people can't make them about D&D and they just never put any out, I'm fine with that. But they will. They will. That's a thing that will happen. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, I guess. My problem is they invited people to build a business on D&D by issuing the earlier OGL, and now they're yanking the rug out from under them by changing it. If the new terms were in place from the beginning, it wouldn't be as bad. Well, so to be fair, not everything was in place as it is now for them to have the terms in place. The foresight wasn't there for some things. But Alejo, that John Cena NFT did so well. Why would they look at that and say, "Hey, we can do that"? Yeah, well, you know. So I don't have a problem with them changing their open gaming license to reflect how things are now. But if they are to remain okay with like a bunch of the content that's already out there, and they're not actually pulling the rug out of them, because they're trying to say that they won't. But I don't know how true that'll be. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm both fine with it, but at the same time cautious, right? Because I don't necessarily understand it entirely, and I don't necessarily see it being too big of a deal depending on what the royalty is. If it's like 5%, then it would be like nothing, but they would still get God money regardless, because again, there's so much D&D content out there. And if they're just getting 5% of literally everything, I think they're gonna make God money and they'll be fine, right? And people won't have an issue with like 5%. I don't expect it to be that low, mind you. I don't expect it to be that low, but if it was, that'd be cool. Low and still lets you do stuff. I think it probably will depend on how much they make, right? Once you hit that 750,000, and then they look at your, like, I guess, earnings, and then they find out, like, what percentage of royalties you'll give because of that. I think that's how it'll go. But at the same time, I have no fucking idea. Don't take any of my advice. I have no fucking idea. They'll make money 99% of the time. Absolutely. Yeah. They're already making money because of people doing this kind of stuff. Getting the games and such because of it. As long as it doesn't, like, do anything to like, I don't know, really kill the production and sale of people's custom content, it'll be fine. But if it does, then we're gonna see a big drop in D&D stuff. At least in the terms of sales, right? But that's just how anything goes. Anyway, that's that. So, a little bit of One D&D stuff in that article, not too much. More so had to do with the open gaming license. But I suppose then we should go over to this video. Oh boy. Have you ever heard of this man? Yes, you have. We've covered him a couple of times. This is Dungeon Masterpiece, or Baron something or other, I think is what he calls himself, or I don't know. But the channel is Dungeon Masterpiece. And this video came out a few months ago, calling One D&D survey responses hurt most D&D players. Here's why, which is interesting to me, because, is it going to be people saying what they feel should be in One D&D, and it's not what we should have in One D&D? Because remember, this is the guy who was saying that all of our virtual playing stuff is going to kill D&D, like, because we won't have any people sitting around a table. Don't forget that. This is that guy. I was literally talking about him today. This is that same guy. So it's that guy. Holy shit. He looks like a guy that maxed out a credit card on the one suit. I don't know. He's got some kind of Livonian order thing going on. I don't know that. That sounds interesting. Yeah. So, excitement abounds, everyone. I hope that you're as excited as I am to see what he has to say about these D&D surveys, because I haven't taken part in any of them, because at the moment, I don't really care about One D&D and how it will be until we get closer to the end, right? I will say, I care that there are feats, and that they seem to have some things that are more complex. We've talked about this before. But, other than that, like, the changing of how the changing of it being to, again, be arcane, divine, and primal as your power set of magic. If we get Marshall in there again, I'll laugh, but we won't, because they've learned their lesson from 4E, even though they're doing 4E again in a lot of instances. You know, if we're talking about the simple changes of like, oh, this is now how the cleric works, it's not too different, right? It's not too different from how 5e is right now. It just has more stuff, which I'm like, that sounds good to me. All right, I'll wait until we get it all, right? Maybe a Baron, but has he ever played Dwarf Fortress? Good question. As long as he does not bust out the charts again, I'm good. Did he do charts in the last one? I don't remember. Regardless, let us see why the 1D&D surveys are hurting most D&D players. It's exciting. I just need 5e to be tighter so it can make sense. Well, it seems like that they are trying to do so, which I'm fine with.
Good evening, Dungeon Masters. I'm Baron Durop. Jeremy Crawford, lead game designer for Wizards of the Coast, was quite ecstatic last week to show us how many people engaged with the Unearthed Arcana surveys and how excited he was to have 39,000 complete responses. Okay. But there's a major problem with collecting user feedback in this way. So much so that using similar methods in other gaming genres have contributed to those genres imploding on themselves. In fact, had the US Navy not corrected course from using this style of data collection during World War II while attempting to improve their airplanes, Imperial Japan might have won the air war.
Oh boy. Okay. Interesting. What an interesting comparison to make. Sure. If that's the case, okay. Good for the military. Are we saying that aggregate, like, feedback going through everybody's submissions is bad now for the game that is literally supposed to be about, like, what people want to see, or the newest edition being made more so by what people want to see? Like, I don't... Huh? Like, playtesting for a D&D game, I don't think that the responses of those surveys is remotely similar to how an aircraft operates in wartime. I don't know about that, in the sense of, like, the gathering of the data seems like it would be a little bit different. Because I don't... Huh? Whew. History lesson, I guess. What the hell? This dude must throw the best Coke parties. That was a bit of a leap. I wish I'd been paying more attention just now. That was not a leap. That was a super jump. I want to go through this one more time. I hope he goes into it more, because I'm completely lost. We're going from the beginning. That was 30 seconds.
Good evening, Dungeon Masters. I'm Baron Durop. Jeremy Crawford, lead game designer for Wizards of the Coast, was quite ecstatic last week to show us how many people engaged with the Unearthed Arcana surveys and how excited he was to have 39,000 complete responses. But there's a major problem with collecting user feedback in this way. So much so that using similar methods in other gaming genres have contributed to those genres imploding on themselves.
I would imagine, though, that it's also contributed to them not imploding, but I guess, exploding in the sense of it becoming better. I would also reckon that that is a thing. Yes? Huh?
In fact, had the US Navy not corrected course from using this style of data collection during World War II while attempting to improve their airplanes, Imperial Japan might have won the air war.
Like, okay. Okay, we're gonna go into that. Okay, that's exciting. Moon jump. Yeah, I know, right? Triple jump so very far. Yeah. If the fan base wants to implode on themselves, they will implode on themselves. That's right, Dust Jingo. That's right. Okay. So, okay. So the way that the data collection is happening right now for 1D&D is, first off, apparently similar to how it was done back in the war, which they changed in the war because it was a bad way to do it. Okay. Now, you know what? This now brings up, I guess, the need for me to go over here and get into the survey. I need to go see what the survey looks like, I guess. And fortunately enough, there is a survey going on right now, for 1D&D material, for the cleric and revised species. Hold on. I need to know now how this. Okay, here we go. This is the cleric and revised species thing. Okay. I need to look at the survey. I just do. And we're all gonna look at the survey together. Because now I need to know why this is so bad. Here we go. I agree. Let's do it. Okay. Would you like to rate the material presented in cleric and revised species? No, not really. The first edition that I played was 3.5. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Okay. Next. Have you playtested the cleric class? No. How satisfied were you overall with the cleric class? I was satisfied enough. It seemed fine. How satisfied were you with the elements of oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Ah, jeez. Okay. Phew. My head already hurts. Yeah. To be fair, if they're using a non-scientific polling method, the data they gather isn't going to be accurate. Yeah, I guess. This isn't for that. This is for general appeal, though, isn't it? That's all it is. Is Time Man going to give a test? I don't know, man. I'm just looking at this. I don't know if I want to complete this. I'll be honest. This wasn't what I wanted to do today. I'm sorry. I didn't want to take a test. All right. Okay. Maybe I'll look at it later. But right now, that's what it looks like, at least. First few questions. It's got some places where you can talk about it in the sense of giving your feedback in like a thing. Looks like more like a marketing survey than one to fix a class. It's not even to fix it. It's literally to ask. Yeah, it is a marketing survey. It's to ask you how much you like it. That's all it is. Which is fine. And you can add like comments of what you want to change if you saw in that little written box or write-in box, excuse me. So yeah, I don't know. A little bit of frame drops there, sorry. But yeah, that's what the surveys look like. So, okay, I guess in the war, they also used how satisfied are you surveys? I don't know about that, but all right. We'll continue on. We'll soldier on through, please.
In 1943, the US Navy was facing a problem. Despite the US having superior technology in optics and radar, Japanese interceptor aircraft were more numerous and maneuverable than their US naval bomber counterparts. Realizing they were losing a numbers game, a team of analysts were assigned to determine how to modify already existing bombers in order to increase their survivability. Initially, researchers noticed bombers would return from missions having suffered damage to their wingtips and center fuselage, so additional armor plating was added to the aircraft in these areas. The results of these modifications were troubling, however. In the weeks that followed, even fewer bombers returned from missions, all while pilots complained of the poor speed and maneuverability of the modified aircraft. This is when Abraham Wald of the Statistical Research Group at Columbia University made an astute observation. The aircraft who were returning from missions only had damage on their central fuselage and wingtips, and seldom if ever did pilots return from combat with damage to their engines and cockpit. In essence, Wald realized they had incomplete data and were adding armor to the wrong locations. As a result, further modifications were made to protect the aircraft's engines and cockpits from damage, and the survivability of the naval pilots increased.
Okay. Okay. So let me just pose something, and you can tell me if what I'm saying is completely off base, I guess. So with the way that they're doing the surveys right now, they have general surveys on whether or not you like what they are doing so far with these classes, with what they're doing with the races, the species, I guess is what they're now called, which is fine. They're doing, with the spells themselves and the subclasses. They're asking if there is something that you like about them, and if there is, or if you're dissatisfied, and if you have any additional comments that you want to make in your optional comment boxes, right? At least from those few pages that we looked at. And we'll at least make the assumption so far that that is a representation of what the entire survey is like. Or at least similar to, if not having a little bit more. Okay? So if we make that assumption, and that's what they're using as like a basis for this stuff, they are, over the years, I would assume, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if this is something that they've done before, like if any of you have done any of their playtest material before and looked at their surveys, quote unquote, if they ever had them. But they would take what they've got so far with those surveys, they'd fine-tune the surveys a bit more by changing or, adding some stuff or taking out some stuff from what they have and seeing how people enjoy that or do not. Those that are like that you've never used it, that you haven't playtested it, they would probably set those aside and not use them. Or like I just answered for the thing that I was doing, like potentially keep, like, at least put less value on those, right? It seems like they are at least doing something to that degree of, like, people that are taking the survey who have done stuff and people who are taking the survey who haven't done stuff with the playtest material themselves, right? And then they're, I would assume, again, I don't know, I would assume they would, again, fine-tune, put out another copy to be looked at, unless they just go for it after the fact, in which case that's just not a way that you do these things, I would assume, if this is something that you want to use as, like, data, I don't know. Hello, sir, did your goblins do what today, or did your goblins do, I assume, good today? I don't know. Check this box. Yeah. In the war, Survey Monkey is where they got their best intel. Basically, if they're just putting a poll up on the internet for people to come by and take, they're not creating a representative sample of people who play D&D. Well, this is one that you have to sign up for D&D Beyond to take, first off. They have that screening, right? If you don't want a D&D Beyond account, you can't take the survey. Nothing to stop you from just taking it without reading any of the content whatsoever, so they can't really screen those people out. But there is a little bit of something there. So Wizards of the Coast should listen to those who didn't take the survey? Dude, apparently, that's what we've got so far. Makes me wonder, was the Spelljammer book made according to the survey? So you're saying they're sticking to the hardcore fan base they have? I don't know. Too bad Boo is missing this madness. Yeah, well. Yeah. Sometimes it's okay if I'm the only one to take the brunt. Oh, this guy. I don't like this guy. That's fair enough. But his point, at least so far, is don't look at, like, the things that people are talking about where they need don't look at the surveys where people came back and they reported it being fine in some areas but not in other areas. I don't know what wait, is that analogous? Can we use the same methodology here? I don't think so. I hope he gives us a better methodology then. Because those surveys at least that survey that I looked at, it at least gives me something in the sense of, as a person who plays the game, do I like this? As a person who didn't play it with this, do I like this? You know? Like, which is something, I guess. It's not great, but it is something.
This particular chain of events led to the coining of the term survivorship bias.
Okay. Oh.
So what does this story about World War II bombers have to do with the gaming industry? In the early 2000s, real-time strategy video games like Command & Conquer and StarCraft were all the rage. But like a flash in a pan, the rapidly changing landscape of profitable gaming business models left the genre wanting for innovation. Video game production teams, especially at Blizzard and Westwood Studios, began relying on the most visible and outspoken players of their games, namely competitive esports players.
Oh, it literally is. Only look to the people that are the loudest. We shouldn't look to the people that are only the loudest. Which I agree, I suppose, but who else are we looking to if they don't say anything? Isn't that the point of if you want to look at the people themselves? So is the overall thing, I guess, to just try to make the best game on your own without any feedback because you're not going to get the feedback that you need from this methodology? Is that... Suit Man, tell us how planes fly as a D&D video. How fun. Yeah.
To gather innovation feedback for the genre. Of course, the feedback from these hardcore competitive gamers further caused the genre to flounder.
Right.
Developers began focusing on unit balance, multiplayer map design, and features which were only visible to the most demanding challenges of the esports ecosystem. Meanwhile, the casual gamer, who made up the vast bulk of the real-time strategy customer base, and who enjoyed playing single-player campaign missions, became further disinterested in these games due to a lack of attention to single-player narratives and gameplay.
Sure.
Developers were so focused on nailing the esports experience that the core casual player who enjoyed goofy, unbalanced, and powerful units as part of a deep and immersive storyline were left out to dry.
Okay, so so I guess point to me where you're getting the information that this is what's happening with One D&D, or is this just you speculating that this could happen with One D&D, with the surveys that are being put out right now? Is this you speculating that it could fail due to Wizards of the Coast looking at all of these surveys from too many, I guess, hardcore fans? Is this why because I'm just, again, I don't know the metric of how many of these people are casual D&D fans, because I don't think that's relevant, at least at the moment. I think that if they want to make something that's broadly appealing to everyone, they're using probably the best way to do it, because it's so subjective, those surveys. Did you like this? Did you like this? Maybe leave a optional thing of hey, specifics. Because I assume most people are going to just go through and do the bubbles and not leave as much detailed responses. That's what I assume from the casual gaming market. The ones who do leave, I guess, the optional responses, those ones can be paid more attention to, and if they do, that's bad? Potentially? Potentially? I don't know. Hence why D&D is, quote-unquote, under-monetized. Yeah, I guess. He's acting like this is the only vector they are getting feedback from. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why. I would assume that they're also doing internal playtests, right? They're doing, like, they're looking at what they've used before. I assume they're using a lot of data that's behind the scenes that we don't have any access to. They're probably getting consultants to come in from whatever to try to figure it out. Like, I have to assume, considering you look at the 5e books and you see all the names, so I feel like we have one or two people they're taking their opinions from, marketing experts who will use a poll to modify the game they know nothing about, or influencers with Wizards / Hasbro. Oh, who are in? I don't know about that. I don't know. So he's just he is saying Wizards of the Coast is going to make things for big shot players. Am I close? The analogy, at least, that he's using is that game developers for RTSs paid attention to esports players, right? Who were super into the minutia, right? And the casual people were completely left in the dust, right? That's what he's saying. Which I look at D&D and I go, who the fuck are you talking about? There's no, like, unless it's Wizards of the Coast is looking to, like, Critical Role more so than the casual market, which I already look at the survey and I go, that's for anybody to take, so I don't know about that. But maybe they are looking to, I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. This is all we have, is the survey aggregate. I can't look behind closed doors. Unless he can give me something of, like, this is what they're doing behind the scenes, then this is, like, again, it feels a little fear-mongering-y. I don't know. I'll have to look around and see if I can find anything to explain how scientific polling works. It's not easy to explain. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you do so, that's all right. And if Aiden was here, he could explain it to me, probably. Who are the big shot players they're bringing in? I'm curious about that. Well, that's the thing. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea. If they are doing that kind of stuff, then okay. This is the thing. I feel like getting those perspectives is still valid. I still really do. I don't know. Sounds more like it for me. I'm not alone on that point. What's a good D&D channel without being alarmist? Yeah. Thank you. No, like, yeah, that's the thing, right? We'll never be a good D&D channel because we don't do this. We, in fact, go against this shit most of the time. Because, again, these people are basing it off of stuff that they don't know yet. Which I'm like, okay, we can have these conversations of potentially this could happen, but again, potentially it couldn't. We have nothing to go off, at least right now, to say that this is what's happening for One D&D. Perhaps later on in the video, he'll explain exactly how these surveys are the worst thing in the world. I don't know. So far, I don't understand, I guess.
And that's the rub with these One D&D survey responses. The kind of people that respond to these surveys aren't at all the core D&D audience.
What?
These responders are far more likely to be the most plugged in and active internet users who constantly scroll Reddit and Twitter looking for the latest drama bubbling up about anything related to the tabletop gaming industry.
Oh, come on. Dude. Gatekeeping. Yeah? Yeah, come on. These aren't the core people. No. The people who are doing these surveys aren't the core groups of people. No. That's you and me. You and me who aren't taking the surveys. It's us. Well, then fucking take a survey. Why don't you? I don't know, man. Thank you, Alejo, for being chill. I appreciate that, but I'm not chill right now. I'm getting upset. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, fucking Baron. I don't remember what you said your last name would be for this, but, like, not you, Timothy. I'm sorry if it sounded, because I said that right after I was responding to you, but, like, legitimately, why are we saying that the people, like, why are we actually saying it? Oh god, it is fucking gatekeeping to the extreme. Why are we saying that the people that are giving in these surveys are not the people they should be listening to? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? That's fucking stupid. This isn't war. This isn't us coming in with planes that are still okay. Like, it's not analogous to that because there's no way to have that be a comparison. The only thing you're having be a comparison is the fact that we had surveys of pilots. And these are surveys of players. But in the surveys of the pilots thing, it was because people were dying who couldn't take part in the survey. I guess people are not using the survey who should be heard, to which I say, sure, that might be true. Some of them might not give a shit. And some of them might have, I guess, bad insight. That's potentially a thing. But at the same time, the people who are putting in these fucking things could have good insight. Incredibly good insight. Sure, they could have bad insight too. Same for the people who don't do it. They could have good or bad insight. At this point, it's the job of Wizards of the Coast to take all of these surveys and try to use them in such a way that they can better the game. But you have no right to say that the people who are taking the surveys are not the core audience. In fact, I'd argue that most of the people taking the surveys are going to be, a lot of the times, the core audience. What? Because they actually are going to care enough to do that. But then again, I can just say that because you can just say that. I have no proof, and neither do you. Fuck. Just, oh my god. What a shitty thing to say. Oh no, Reddit and Twitter users will tell us what One D&D needs. God, this is the nonsense I try to avoid from the wrestling community. Now I gotta deal with it in D&D. Oh, it's always been here. It's in every community. Jesus. Also, thanks for telling it how it is, bro. Oh, his title doesn't mention DMs, which everyone forgets about. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? What if it's fucking DMs that are putting in like... How would it not hurt them if it's going to hurt all of it? I guess players is the broad sense because everybody's playing in one way or another, like even DMs. So I guess I'll give him that one, but at the same time, it's just like... people forget about DMs because there are no DMs, that's right. But like, I don't... Why would you say this? Why would you even get to the point of saying that the people taking the surveys are not going to be the core audience? That there's some fucking guys on Twitter and Reddit. It's like, dude, what an indictment, all right? Not everybody is like that, and I assume not everybody who's doing the surveys are like... How many people would go to those surveys, who did go to those surveys, and then watch this video, and we're not like that in the slightest? Hell, even the people who were, they would all get fucking mad at this. Are you fucking kidding me? You're either not a part of our group, or you are, and you should be ignored. Like, fuck off. Fuck off with this. Ugh. I would say that since Wizards of the Coast is going to use the survey method that they're using, you would be better off taking it than not. Absolutely. If 30% of DMs are dissatisfied and 70% players are satisfied, who would Wizards of the Coast listen to? The 70%. Absolutely. True Wrestling does that a lot for some reason. Yeah, from what I know. And I don't know that much anymore. I only watched wrestling when I was a kid. Modern wrestling shoot themselves in the foot a lot, and that's why casuals never get into it. That's fair. Anyway. Fuck this.
Who smash their keyboards over the disappearance of a particular Critical Role cast member, or who punch their monitors into the argument section whenever Pack Tactics barely misinterprets a fringe case combat ability.
Brother. I think we all know when we can just ignore people who are being, I don't know, assholes for no reason. These are the fans you don't want to hear from. Exactly, right? Like, even if they have a valid point, you just shouldn't at all. Ever. Like, again, you can be a dickhead, or you could be correct, I guess. Like, stop. You can be both as well, but you're probably going to be less looked upon, sure. But at the same time, even those dickheads might have something. Okay? And it's important, at least for everyone, to know that if you put something out there, if you put, like, hell, we put this show out there, and if people gave us fucking hate, and they were still correct in some of their assessments, if they were dicks about it, I'd probably still be a dick back, but I'd also go, yeah, there's something wrong here. You just have to know how to interpret that shit. You have to not let it get to you. The same thing would happen with Wizards of the Coast. They look at some of that stuff where it's like, you fucked up Dungeons and Dragons. When you put out 5e, you absolutely obliterated Dungeons and Dragons. It isn't anything like Dungeons and Dragons was before, which would be wrong. Right? But then they put in something like, and if you put this cleric spell in, it will completely break the game. And they could be correct about that, right? That one little bit might be correct, but it's enveloped in all of this, like, bullshit. You just have to, like, and sure, you could not want to wade through the bullshit, but potentially there could be something there. And I'm not saying that you should still be, like, you should be shitty and still be correct. Don't do that. Just be correct, that's all. And if you have to sign up for D&D Beyond to take it, that probably makes it better for their purposes, given that Wizards of the Coast wants people to use D&D Beyond more. Yes. Yep. I mean, the 4E war that never ends sounds like that sometimes. Oh, it is. That's the thing, it is. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like, people will just say, sorry. It's like, dude, come on. Just for a second. For a second. Don't let your feelings get in the way, alright? Anyway.
Clearly, these people are not representative of the most common type of D&D player.
Oh, if it's so clear, then shut the fuck up about it, I guess.
Casual fans who became interested in the game thanks to Stranger Things exposing D&D to the mass market.
And rolling a 13 to kill a Demogorgon with a fireball. Yeah, I know.
So how could Wizards of the Coast properly collect feedback from these casual gamers?
Oh, here we go. Properly. Properly for the casuals. Alright, tell me how to just properly do it. This is exciting. Now you're going to give me the solution that we desperately need, apparently. If you want to know how to make 1D&D more appealing to the types of people who will use D&D Beyond, then it makes sense to poll D&D Beyond users. Yep. Absolutely. Sorry for all the frame drops, by the way. I don't know why I have so many. I'm not downloading anything. It's just kind of happening, so... The VOD will be clear, though. So, bear with me for a little bit, I guess. People forget what subjective means. Oh, absolutely. They ascribe subjectivity to whatever they believe will work for them. And objectivity the same way. So, it's fine. Fine. It's not a infuriating thing or anything at all. I promise. Wow, it's really fucking... There we go. Okay, cool. Anyway.
Who likely aren't even aware these surveys exist. For starters, Wizards of the Coast could hire a consumer insights firm to ensure a far less biased response.
Okay.
This research firm would probably start by reaching out to the most highly plugged-in players of the internet, but would use them as a through line to speak to the more casual gamers they play with. Focus group research with emphasis on these casual players will give a voice to the most common type of D&D player who have very different needs and concerns than their mini-maxing keyboard warrior counterparts.
Brother, come on. We're all fucking valid. Calm down. Jesus. So yes, the conclusion I'm coming to is that their problem is a science to this poll. Yeah, it could be done much better, absolutely, but I don't think that this is like this is another way to do it, I guess, is I don't know.
Instead of WotC simply reorganizing 5th edition class abilities to generate interest in a new edition, consumer insights teams would likely find where the rules are currently too complex or verbose and need simplification to be fun for these casual gamers.
Brother, it's so simple. No one has complained about D&D 5e being too complex. Who is saying that? Who are you talking to? Who? Please, who? Tell me, show me. I need to know. Oh my god. They exist? Oh, probably is. Okay. They probably hired that consultant to make the poll. Oh, absolutely. They probably have someone on staff to do that. This poll does not matter as much as the Thai guy thinks. Well, so it matters a little bit, but it's not this bad. It's not what he is saying is that all of the people that you don't want to hear from are the people that fucking that are, I guess, well, first off, min-maxers, which is okay, so they still can have that opinion and it's still perfectly valid. You can min-max. You're fine. Don't be a dickhead and say that min-maxing is just a be-all end-all bad thing. Some people have fun min-maxing. And fucking, it's fine, all right? But, and then the people that apparently complain about specific things are people that you don't want to listen to, apparently. It's like, dude, I don't understand how you could be saying all of this. It's just some shit, honestly. I've met people who complain about the rules being too complex, but it's because of the complexity. But it's not because of the complexity, but it's because they refuse to read. Yeah. They don't read and blame the game. Well, this is another thing, right? I always say it. We always have said it. We haven't said it too much as of recently, but you read your player's handbook so that you can understand the game, right? And looking through the 5e handbook, dude, children learn how to play 5e from reading that. Literal children. Okay? I just...
Additionally, this insights team would likely focus on learning what tools freshman dungeon masters need to feel comfortable running their first campaign.
It's already in the DMG. It's already there. What do you mean? What? What else do they need? It's all there. The player's handbook, even. Just that. It's all right there. What?
Tools like example encounters for learning the ropes of encounter balance.
What? For learning the ropes of encounter balance? Am I crazy? Let me get my DMG here. Am I crazy? Fucking, there's even an optimizing, knowing how optimizers are. Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Hold the fuck on. Running the game, maybe? No. Wait, is it? Combat. 247. Oh, 247 in my DMG is what I am going to. Tracking monster hit points, combat. Oh. It even has some stuff on, tracking their HP with a little example here. I could have sworn that I remember there being, a this guy does this, and this guy does this, and this guy does this. Like a whole story, quote unquote, of like a session happening. I guess not. Okay. But they literally have examples built into the texts of the text boxes of like, you know, this is how this works. For example, in a combat encounter with 3 ogres, you could use 3 identical ogre miniatures, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. I refuse to learn the game because the rules aren't the size of Denny's menu. 1-page fucking games exist. If that's something that appeals to people, like, that's cool. That's fine. You don't want anything, I guess, as complex as having 300 pages. That's also fine. Like, but at the same time, if you just take the time to read it, it's not that complex. Say it with me, kids. Reading is good for you. That's right. The survey should ask if the game feels balanced. I agree, right? It'd be pretty helpful. Wait, if they don't read, how can they take the survey? The real questions.
As well as game design theory and design walkthroughs of adventure creation.
Okay, game design theory? Game design theory? We need to be doing theoretical stuff now? Tell me, is game design theory something that can be just naturally understood by experience? Game design theory. Like, we've already... That muddies things up pretty hard, right? Game theory is a study of strategic decision-making. Specifically, it is the study of mathematical models of conflict and cooperation between intelligent, rational decision-makers. An alternative term suggested as a more descriptive name for the discipline is interactive decision theory. So we need to now understand game design theory to... Dude, we don't need that. That's something that can be intuitive, in a way. Also, question, is the poll about people's opinions of the One D&D playtest rules, 5e, or D&D in general? One D&D playtest rules, that's all it is. It's surveys about each of the sections that they put out. Each one will have a survey at the end that you can do for a certain amount of time, and then it'll be closed. Okay. Sorry. Let me bring that back. What the fuck?
For learning the ropes of encounter balance, as well as game design theory and design walkthroughs of adventure creation.
Design walkthroughs of adventure creation? What, you mean creating an encounter and all of that kind of stuff? Like, is that not in the DMG currently? Do they not do that? I could have sworn that I've seen that. In the sense of, like, just basic examples. Creating adventures, I suppose, in adventure structures and all that, 71 through 85, this whole section of part 2, creating adventures for chapter 3 in your DMG for 5e. Hold on. 71. Okay. Adventure types, telling you location-based adventures. How you should do a beginning, middle, ending. Event-based adventures. Determining party goal. Mysteries. Framing events. Complications. Intrigue. What? Like, twists. Creating encounters for, like, objectives and such. You've got your XP thresholds. Now, to be fair, the XP thresholds might not be entirely accurate, but, like, is that stuff that is not already always included in your DMG every time? Someone didn't read the DMG. Oh, absolutely not, apparently. I don't... Okay, good. That narrows down the people who will take the poll in a reasonable way. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why do I have a feeling that when this new D&D release comes out, I'm going to be appreciative of the Pathfinder 2e beginner box more and more? This is the thing. I think it'll be fine when it comes out. I just think that people like this who are just stirring the pot about stuff that really, really already is there and doesn't need to be included, in separate things, obviously. Some things that are there already in what we had and have always had. And then some things that do not need to be included that can probably be inferred or learned by experience. Like, sure, make it so that beginners can get into it easier. That's a fair, like, thing to want. But at the same time, you can't just have everything happen after that one session or that one campaign. You might still learn things. Hell, I learn things to this day about stuff that I have to do with running games, okay? It never stops. Learning never stops for this kind of fucking hobby. Storytelling itself, really, is what it is. And there's never a point where you just stop learning how to do storytelling better. Or at least in a way that works better for you. At the very least, it's like writing a novel about how Pac-Man eats dots. You can do it, but you don't have to. It starts out stirring the pot before it gets out of control if it's not put down right away. Oh, dude, that's the thing. I don't know how popular this video was, and I dare not look. But we don't need something like fucking game design theory when, like, that is something that you can learn by it, because it might not apply to all of the groups that you play with. It might apply to some groups, sure, but some groups might not even like the same kind of structure, okay? And if whatever.
Sure, new DMs can learn most of this stuff from various YouTube videos or by picking up a copy of Sly Flourish's Lazy Dungeon Master handbooks.
Stop.
But why would WotC allow their product to be so sorely lacking in this freshman Dungeon Master support in the first place?
Brother. Is it? It's so easy to just stop. To just start dungeon mastering. We've talked about this. There is nothing that you need to do except for create a very small adventure, quote unquote, right? A very small thing of like, oh, it's a town. There's like 4 houses. There's like 10 people in it. You have to figure out who killed the farmer's wife. Go. That's it. That's your story. Figure it out from there, right? That's all you need for your first fucking adventure. And then, after that, you can start going bigger or smaller or whatever you want and just start learning about how the game works more so. Like, again, experience is a big part of it. You can go watch as many videos as you want, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to start and you're gonna have to figure it out for yourself because a fucking book or a video is only gonna prepare you for so much. Right? I bet Ty Guy watches MatPat a lot. So many people watch MatPat. Ugh. There's a college somewhere in the US that uses this video in their game design class as a topic of debate before a fight breaks out. God, I hope so. Because this is something that I can't, like, wow. So far, I'm still seeing a repeat of the 4E fiasco going on here. The system itself might not be bad, but it looks like it's going to be unjustly murdered. Exactly! Well, that's the thing. They're making 4E again, and for some reason, it's coming again. It's all fucking cyclical. I don't understand. Why are we here? I killed the farmer's wife with a good time. A winky face. Hell yeah, there you go. Why are we doing this? Why?
It's all too easy to find news articles demonstrating a shortage of dungeon masters around the globe, and this shortage is largely caused by players being intimidated away from dungeon mastering.
It's because of people like you who are saying it's so fucking hard and you need to learn all this goddamn shit. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Dude, so many... Oh my god! Please don't speak for the globe. Exactly! What fucking... So many people are intimidated by it because they think it's so difficult. But literally, if you just fucking say, hey, it's not that hard. It really isn't. You can start as small as you want, as simple as you want, and you'll get better from there. You'll start, and it very well might suck your first time. That's fine. Everybody just wants to see you have a good time and succeed. If you don't like it, if you don't want to, deal with all of the stress that has to go with, figuring out, like, monsters and stuff, and all of that, that's fine. You don't have to at the end of the day, right? But it's not that fucking hard to start. Please. Stop perpetuating the lie that it's incredibly difficult to be a dungeon master. Fucking hell. It's not. I started with a fucking flat out adventure a module that I just ran because it had everything in it that I would need, and I did some tweaking to it because I had some ideas while I was reading it. And I could just do that because you have that freedom with something that's already got all of this stuff down for you, right? So fucking just start there with a very simple module that's there for you to start running. It's so easy. It's all right there. It's all fucking fine to do. You don't have to immediately start with a custom world if you don't want to. It's oh my god, I'm blown away. I'm blown away every time. And oh my god. Even if he's not saying specifically that this is, like, it's hard to be a dungeon master, he's implying that this thing is so difficult, right? And then they need all of these things in order to get new players. And the people who don't know are going to be looking at this and going, shit, they don't have that? That sucks. Oh my god. You know what would really strengthen your argument? Is if you went into the fucking DMG that exists right now and point out things that need to be added in. Okay? Like, actually point out that they should flesh out this a bit more because it doesn't have enough here for new players. If that's what you want, fucking do that. Instead of just telling me that they don't have these things. When I look in there and they have exactly what you need. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm getting really upset. I get so tired of this fucking shit. Ugh. Let's fix our problems with an AI, says no one. I wonder how many of the hardcore fan base are reacting of having the rug pulled under them for the first time. I know, right? Garibay really hasn't been helping with this perception. Oh, nobody watches Garibay but us. Don't worry, it's fine. Ty Guy says, why do people think D&D is hard? A second later, Ty Guy says, here is how hard D&D is. The OG Essentialist set was a very good starting point for DMing. Oh, absolutely, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But it doesn't come with a subscription fee. That's true. Oh my god, okay.
Simply because they don't have enough support right out of the books to get started and keep going.
That's insane. Why would you say that? That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. Why would you say that? It doesn't have enough support? It doesn't have enough support in D&D, like the Dungeon Master's Guide. It doesn't have enough support in there for you to keep going from there. How could you say that? How could you say that? Creating NPCs from scratch, creating spells, creating a magic item, modifying a class. I'm just reading things in the DMG. Variants, creating a background, fucking random dungeons that you could use. Stalking dungeons, fucking obstacles, fucking dungeon dressing. There's so much for you to, if you have no idea, monsters lists. So much for you to use in the sense of, like, things that you can take to use by challenge rating. It doesn't necessarily have what they can do. It does give you an idea. Oh, maps that you can use, that you can just slot into everything. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's so helpful for a new player. Oh, don't worry, dude. We're all tired of this shit. Oh, yeah. Is the rules bad because it lacks support, or is it needs support? Or maybe it's just the rules are bad? Dude, I don't know. He's saying this for D&D in general. This is something they should do for One D&D, I guess. Like, they haven't done it before. Okay, here's the thing. If he said, hey, maybe what we should do is have a sample adventure, like a whole sample adventure in the DMG at the end that you could use for new players, just to give them like a one-shot little thing, which I would then go and point to, like, I don't know, the starter set or the essentials kit. I think both of those have one of those, because those are like how you start. But yeah, don't worry about that. If we want to say in the mainline stuff, you want to put that in your DMG, then I would say, okay, I don't see a problem there. That would be kind of interesting to have. So why not? Sure, we'll make it a little bit bigger, a little bit thicker. We'll have a little adventure in there so that you can have something for a first timer to use. I see no reason why you can't have that. But I also don't see it being necessary with the extreme simplicity that 5e has. That anyone could pick it up and use it and play it pretty quickly. And you've got those random dungeons and such, and random monsters that you could put in. It's all right there. So if 1D&D is going to be redoing the Dungeon Master's Guide, which they're redoing the trio, the Monster Manual, Dungeon Master's Guide, and Player's Handbook, then maybe they'll do that. In which case I go, okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with them doing that, as long as they don't skimp out on other stuff that should be in there, right? But if they just do this again with a little bit more, that's fine. Too many rules or not enough rules, whatever's convenient at the moment. I know, right? Isn't it great? The sample adventures in D&D are the adventure modules that cost $40. Well, yeah. Well, I'm talking about, like, Lost Mines of Phandelver, I think it is. That one was the starting one, right? If you fit all the rules on a McDonald's napkin, there are too many rules, and it's too complicated. Oh, if you can't, right, yeah. Lost Mines is the starter. Yeah. Lost Mines is the one that everybody started with that was new. Well, not everyone, right? I didn't. But for a lot of new players, Lost Mines was there. It was your starter adventure that you could go through. It was part of the Essentials kit or the starter set. I don't remember which. But I remember actually being introduced to that in high school. We kind of did it for a little bit, and one of my friends said it was lame. And we shouldn't be doing it because we'd be those nerds. And at the time, I kind of bowed to that, and I was like, okay. Even though I kind of liked it, but then I didn't play until I was in college, and I played 3.5 first. So there you go. Ultraman, save us from Tie Guy. Not me. I started in Pathfinder in a random one-shot because I'm big brain. There you go. You're playing chess on your brain. Chess is made out of your brain and all of that. It's good stuff. Anyway, 30 seconds. Fucking kill me.
In a nutshell, by utilizing these surveys, Crawford and team is doing very little to respect the needs of their core player base.
Respect the needs. Respect the needs. I suppose in a way, but like not in the way that you're saying.
Casual players who will never see a YouTube video or Reddit post about Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay. So people who don't go on the internet ever. I see. We're talking about those people. Okay. Those are the people that are the true core. You and me, we're not the true core. You and me, because we've watched a D&D video once or twice, we're not the core. We're not allowed. Our opinions don't matter. It's those guys who don't look at which, by the way, you have in your picture, you have people on tablets. Fucking, are you insane? They are literally using the internet. They have to be. Use a better picture. There's a sample adventure which came with the Eberron sourcebook for 3.5, which was actually pretty good. I can believe it. Yeah. Casuals do not internet confirmed. These third world dwellers. Oh no. Wow, he said that. Wow. Oh yeah, no, this is his point. Is that you and I, we don't matter in our opinions if we take that survey. We shouldn't be so loud and paid attention to. Fuck this.
I'd lament to see D&D's popularity wane only because game designers failed to honor the wants of the largest demographic of their player base.
Jesus Christ.
If you'd like to help me create more content like this in the future, please consider supporting me on Patreon or becoming a channel member. Thanks for watching, Dungeon Masters, and until next time, good night.
No. No. God, every time, your videos, every fucking time. Oh! Sir, you do not deserve a YouTube channel or your tie. Take it off now! I can't believe some people. I really can't. I just can't. Are you fucking kidding me? The only time where I do not include people in, like, their opinions on something is when they do not understand it to any degree. They didn't look into it at all. They never wanted to, like, engage with it in any way. They just look at it and they say, no, this is bad. Or, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. And it's like, well, sorry, I hit my mic. It's like, well, so then I can't use your take at all because you have not at all looked into anything. Okay, cool. That video gets an F from me. Oh yeah, same here, friend. Absolutely. Fucking hell. Maybe it's because I had a coffee beforehand so I could stay awake, but like, man. I'm mad. Fuck that. That's such bullshit. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? How could you say... Ugh. How could you? You know? How could you? Fuck me. Okay. Well, we have one more D&D video to get to about One D&D that has an equally spicy title. Well, kind of, I guess. We'll see what it's like, though. I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. But before that, I'm going to do the little shouting out and shilling that we usually do in the midpoint. So, first off, I want to say a big thank you to all of those of you who support us via the Patreon. We do have one. If you are interested, you can do as low as $1 a month. And if you don't want to, that's also just fine. Don't even think about the pressure. It's not there. But there are some of you who do. So we have to give a special thank you to all of you who do so. So that means a big thank you to Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thank you. Mog Zero at tier 4. Thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4. Thank you. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you. Steely at tier 4. Thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Frigid Fiend Lux at tier 2. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you as well. And last but not least, a big thank you to our tier 1 contributor. If you want to go and support us through that monthly little donation, you absolutely can. It is in the description, as well as if you just go on Patreon and look up TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. You don't have to, but it is appreciated if you do. That being said, of course, you can, and if you do, help us out. You can get things like our dice made, our lovely dice here, the custom dice set, that I still have not made that little promotional video for, but I will. I will make it before I lower the price. The price will be lowered, $10. But if you do want to get them now, it's a $25 purchase. Don't have to, obviously. You don't have to, but these are pretty good dice. I have them right at my side on my desk at all times, for any time that I need to do any kind of rolling and such. And I'm going to be using them when I run my game for another group. So I'll tell you how that goes if they fail me then. But they do very well for me in Devils and Dice, our actual play that we've been doing. So yeah, they're pretty good dice and pretty good quality. So super would appreciate if you got a set of them. And if not, also cool. You can go find that in the description, going out to our website, going to the support us section, and scrolling down to here and looking at the custom dice. Other than that, of course, you can go over to TeePublic, and go get our logo on any of the merchandise that's available there. A percentage of it will go towards the artist of our logo, and it will be right there. So go and get that if you want. I can vouch for the sweatshirt, the thin sweatshirt specifically, and the poster and the mug specifically. All three of those are the things that I got. They're pretty good. And of course, other than that, we are partnered with Humble Bundle. If you use our link in the description, you can support us as well as Tabletop Alliance, a charity, also in the description, so you can learn more about them. And anything that you purchase when using our link, from any of the bundles to the stuff in the store, to the choice thing itself, you can go there and you can use a slider and give us a bit of it, and or give it to the charity, or give it to Humble, whatever you want. The developers as well, whatever you want. It's a nice little thing to do. And yeah, that's just another way to do it. And that's pretty much it. There's also the P.O. Box. If you really want to send us physical stuff, that is an option in the description that you can probably just copy paste if you really want to. Yeah, that's all of those. So thank you to those of you who have contributed those ways. And if you don't, and you just come and hang out in the streams and such, and watch the videos and all the stuff we do in that kind of respect, then thank you as well. And continue to do so. Subscribe and all of that. That's the thing you're supposed to say, right? Subscribe and like and all of that. We'll get up to that demon number one day. Sorry, devil number. One day. And then we'll go past that. And it'll be great. Then we get to the next one. And then the next one. And then the next one, right? Anyway. A lot of videos are saying that One D&D is going to suck because of things we're assuming Wizards of the Coast is going to do. Yeah, I know. It's stupid. It'd be nice if people would just wait until the full thing comes out before losing their minds. So I think that it's important for us to have a discussion on what they could do, right? But we have to make it so that it's obvious that people are like, hey, so this is our opinion on what's happening. This is not something that is for sure going to happen this way. So don't take that much stock into it until the full thing comes out. Like, really emphasizing the point that this hasn't come out yet and won't come out until 2024, right? We can keep an eye on things. We can, critique some things that we see. But really what we're doing at this point is talking about the, marketing, really, as well as the virtual tabletop and nothing about the actual, like, playtest material. No one's talking about the actual playtest material itself, which is interesting to me. At least the ones that we've covered. The ones that are the fear-mongering stuff, right? So I originally said the poll results would be unhelpful if it's unscientific, but it seems like it was designed pretty well for gathering the data that would be relevant to what they needed, so probably wasn't unscientific. Well, there you go. 2024 is getting pretty close, and soon we'll be talking less about D&D and more about where's the water. Chill talk like that, chill talk like what we do is one thing, but not Tie Guy. Yes, exactly. The fear-mongering kind of things, like, I don't understand what the fuck we're doing in those kinds of respects. Like, why are we just saying these things and just being okay with that? Because it's not necessarily the case, right? Anyway, let's move on to the second video. This one is from Player Roll, aka Jay Martin. Let me bring it up here. So the title interested me immediately because it is called One D&D Might Not Be Made for the Right People. What an interesting thing to say. What an interesting thing to say. The only person who should be afraid is the next person who's got to sell that man a tie. No, that's easy. He'll just buy the tie. So, might not be made for the right people. What's an interesting, like, how could that even be anything but clickbait? I don't understand. And also, why would you say this? What a weird thing to say, because I don't think there's any indication that this will be made for a person who does not like TTRPGs, because that's the people that I don't think would really like the product, and maybe it's being made for them, right? Like, that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. Are we making this for people who don't like TTRPGs? Don't think so. Red flag alert for this video. When you're a baron, you have to know how to fool the masses with propaganda. That's true. That's true. And he has to use the real-life World War II example to get you to think that he's correct. When the analogy really falls flat, I really don't see how it even works. Because in that respect, you have people that can't come back that are not going to be able to participate in their little gathering of data, whereas this one, they have the ability to, and no one's killing them. But also, that they are also the core, as well as the people who are giving the feedback are probably also the core, so, like, I don't think that, like, people are coming to the surveys that are both people that should be listened to and people that shouldn't be listened to, I guess, if we want to really differentiate that stuff, which I don't think is necessary, but if we really want to put a fucking binary kind of thing, both people are being both in the survey and out of the survey, so it doesn't apply, I don't think. Sounds like he's friends with the Thai guy. Dude, I don't know. Everybody that we've been covering about the One D&D stuff has been going fucking, like, crazy. I don't get it. So let's see. This is a 10-minute video. So let's see. The other one was 6 minutes. Did it feel like 6 minutes? Didn't feel like 6 minutes to me. Let's continue.
So, of course, there's a lot of discourse going on about One D&D. Even on my previous video about it, a lot of people are still talking about it, and that's not a surprise. It is a huge announcement about the very future of D&D itself, so of course a lot of people are going to be very interested in what's going on. The main thing that I want to focus on here is that I've noticed something that I've begun to realize might be a large intention of the design behind it. And it's interesting, fascinating, gives a look into a lot more than just D&D, but also presents some very concerning trends that I would hope don't continue. So let's talk about it.
Warning, the following video contains speculation and opinions which may or may not be accurate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this. This is at least something, okay? This is at least something. It's better than what these other people are doing. The other people are just doing these things matter-of-factly, really. So, thank you, at least, Jay. I appreciate this. Is this a necessary thing? No. But is this something that I am refreshed to see in this landscape of these One D&D videos? Absolutely. It's a drop of water in the desert, man. From tie guy to armchair guy. Yeah, well, we'll see.
This is intended to spark conversation and bring context, not to be taken as fact. Jay is just a dude with a camera. It's nice if you respect his opinion enough to have a strong reaction to it, but critically thinking for yourself is important.
I agree. Thank you. Yes. The last video that we covered that you did not feel like critically thinking, but okay. Would it be better to not speculate? Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Also, you look nice today.
Shut up.
Did you do
All right,
something
I'm
different
done.
with your hair?
The simple fact is, what got D&D popular recently? It's media. Whether it is Critical Role, Stranger Things, or just the large amount of live plays that have begun cropping up pretty much everywhere, it is a huge factor in what is making D&D 5e such a big powerhouse that it is. And of course, the designers are not going to ignore that. That's going to be something they're going to focus on a lot because it is what is driving the entire thing. I mean, yes, there's the business side of it. It's what's making a lot of money, but it's also what's bringing more people into D&D in the first place. And so the creator side of thing is going to be very important, but I think it is something that hasn't gotten a lot of attention in online discourse, and I wanted to discuss it. The first thing that I've noticed, of course, is the fact that they're making everything more simplified, and the reason for that is so that more people can go watch D&D live plays and play D&D easily. They want people to be exposed to D&D and be able to jump right into it.
So I agree, but they're not doing that with One D&D. In fact, if you look at the playtest material, they're bringing back complexity. They specifically are bringing back complexity. If you mean just in general with the like streamlines of designing like websites and such, I suppose. I don't really know. I guess where we are with that. If that's what he's referring to, or if he's referring to the design of the game. But he's talking about media itself, and like YouTube channels have always been pretty easy to find for your live plays. They've done streaming of those forever. In fact, even from the D&D like official channel itself as well. Like, I don't. What are we? Okay. If this is what One D&D is getting, what will happen when 6e comes out? No. This next one is people are calling One D&D 6e, but it's not 6e. It's 5.5 because they are literally making it so that all of the content for 5 is still usable, and that's what they did for 3 and 3.5. So I think there's a strong case that I can make that it's 5.5. Not 6. But when 6e comes out, it'll be 2030 or 20, sorry, no, not 30, probably 2035 or later. So at that point, we're just gonna be dead. I don't know. Fucking, I don't care. Critical thinking. This dude just lost a lot of viewers. No. Let's be fair. I don't know. I don't trust GLaDOS when she's not insulting me. It's fair. Could be worse. She could be hitting on you. It's either 5.5 or 6e, and it's leaning toward 5.5, but I also have a feeling they won't even call it 5.5 and just turn it into a supplement. Well, no. This is... One D&D is 5.5. It is, right? Because, again, they're doing the same thing they did with 3. So... the next one would be 6, technically, if we want to be the same kind of conventions that we've been doing for the past, releases, right? At least 10 years for 6e. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully.
And that makes sense. I personally remember the first time I was ever exposed to D&D, the only reason I had waited up until that point was I was very intimidated. I didn't feel like it was easy enough to get into. But then a friend of mine mentioned, hey, there's actually a game store right down the road and they have a starter set with a simplified version of the rules. We could just start with that and see if we like it. And that is the exact reason I started playing and eventually what would lead to this channel being created, because it was so easy. So of course they're going to want to create a more simplified manner that more people could jump into, but I think one thing that is really important to remember is a lot, and I mean a lot, of people are getting exposed to Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop games because of D&D live plays and creators. It's no secret that Critical Role was a huge phenomenon that started off a new trend of watching people play D&D instead of just playing it. And while watching people play D&D is great for Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, and all the people who create it, in general, you have to acknowledge the fact that just watching it isn't going to make them as much money or gain as much traction as people going to play the game. And
yeah, so if they were just watching it, but they did drum up people to actually do it themselves. Because it isn't them just watching it. There's also the fact that they would go and get those kinds of starter sets or even the 3 main books, right, to start playing. Because it's the same thing with, like, Let's Plays, like, that exist, right? Like, those are there for you to watch along and play, but they also have gotten people to buy the games and play them for themselves. Because it's a different experience when you're the one playing it and something different might happen to you. It's not all the time, right? Same thing with the live plays. It's not all the time that this will happen, but it is a thing that does happen. So it is something that has driven people to get into the hobby itself. Which is why they're now changing it so that they can make money off of those people. With the OGL. So, knowing this marketing team, they'll just do 5.75. Yeah. Maybe it will be 5.6 in 2035. Maybe. I guess, so he's talking about it's being simplified and stuff, but again, I guess I'm still trying to figure out where we're going with this. If he's talking about them simplifying the media in the sense of, like, making channels dedicated to this that they can kind of have in an umbrella under them that will make people, like, play and buy things or something, or like a subscription service with D&D Beyond where they have exclusive, like, games and stuff in it that you can watch, then I could see that, I guess. But I don't know where we're going with this. I guess what does this have to do with the game? I guess I don't know. 5.51. Yeah. I guess maybe it is just that what we're talking about here is just the fact that, I don't know, creators exist. We have to simplify getting to creators to play the game. Which again, am I misunderstanding things? Please let me know. I have no idea.
I am talking about business here and money, and so naturally people will vilify this, but I don't think it should be vilified. We want people to play more D&D. It's great that you can watch it and enjoy it, but we also want you to just go play it for yourself, enjoy it, experience how amazing it is. I truly believe D&D has something for everybody. Even the people in my life who straight up hated D&D at one point have begun to love it and play it regularly because it's a great thing for everybody.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes. Sorry. They're simplifying the game. What did that have to do with, like, the media people? Huh? This is Wizards of the Coast wants to do to people like you who question them, confuse you to the point to silence you? Well, I'm just gonna keep asking questions. If that's what it... Because I don't... So, he's right. D&D has something for everyone. It just does, inherently, because it is imagination-based. You can make it whatever you want, right? The simplification of the system has already happened to the point of it being 5e. He's even said in the starter set, that's what got him into it. That is already a thing. The media side, I don't know what relevance that has with this simplification. Is that a non sequitur? Is that a completely different point that was in his first point? Did I miss something that puts those two together? Did they simplify it because people watch it more? Because I don't think that's the case. It was simplified in 2014 before Critical Role was popular. They started in 2015. I looked that up on a show, on an episode, not too long ago. So I'm very confused as to what that has to do with anything, but okay.
Is a thrilling adventure, one we play together as Dungeon Master and players, but also an adventure itself.
So that being said, that is something that we need to keep in mind, but let's talk back to D&D creators and D&D live players.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So that was a tangent. I gotcha. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let's go back to the thing that you were talking about that you didn't make clear as a transition, I guess. Also, I agree that just because they want to make more money doesn't mean that that's bad. Necessarily. We can be creative, but also want to make a profit off of our creativity. That's fine. It just depends on how you do that and how you go about with it, I guess.
I have had countless comments on my channel alone simply coming up with people saying, who is this guy? What is he talking about? And it's very obvious that it's about Dungeons & Dragons. I put Dungeons & Dragons in most of my titles. I talk about it constantly. It's what my whole channel is based around, and yet I still get plenty of traction from people who have never heard of this game. So if me, my little self with only 50,000 plus subscribers, is getting that amount of attention, imagine all the people with 300, 500, or a million subscribers. Sorry, 300,000, 500,000, a million subscribers. You get what I'm trying to say. Those larger creators are bringing in a lot of attention and traction to this. And so, obviously, Wizards of the Coast is going to focus on that because it is a large, huge source of what is essentially free advertisement for.
A large, huge source, first off, but also, yes, okay. So there's they've already done that. They, like, Critical Role, they partnered with them, basically. D&D Beyond partnered with them, and many creators have partnered with, like, I assume with D&D Beyond. I don't actually know. Does D&D Beyond reach out to smaller creators? I don't actually know. Probably. So I guess we're getting to the point now of what they would do in terms of creators. I agree with those commenters. Who are you? Hey, this is Jay Martin. We've covered Jay Martin before, okay? So, okay. I guess we haven't reached the point yet. I'm waiting for the point. Unless I'm misinterpreting shit, which is very possible, very, very possible, but, like, I've not seen D&D Beyond with smaller creators that don't have influence or celebrity already. But what I mean is, like, people smaller than Critical Role, I guess, is my what I meant by that. But, like, I've not seen big channels with D&D Beyond, at least. I don't know. I've seen it, but it's very seldom. Okay. Sometimes YouTube just decides that I've clicked on another video. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm waiting for the point, of what they will do in this landscape now with these creators. Okay. Please tell me.
Here's the deal. D&D content is getting harder and harder to make. 5th edition has been around for a while, and you can only talk about it so much. Eventually, you're going to start to run out of things, and I have seen people specifically complain about this. In fact, there was a Reddit thread recently, a lot of Reddit threads actually, that have been complaining about specific D&D YouTubers. People like Monkey DM, Pack Tactics, and D&D Shorts. And to be clear, I think they're all stand-up guys. I've talked a lot with Monkey and a little bit with Pack Tactics. I've not actually spoken with D&D Shorts, but I don't think these guys are doing anything wrong. But it really frustrates a lot of people because it feels like they're bringing people into D&D for the wrong reasons. Hey, come game the system, create these random rules, break the game and make your DM angry. And I get why people are frustrated by that. But let's be honest, that's a lot of the content that's left to make for D&D. You can't do so much unless you do live plays, because live plays have
Um, hmm. I guess to a degree, then there could be like that this is true because there is only so much that you can talk about with a single game. This is true. You will retread it if you continue to make content like that. Now, first off, let me just remind you, I have no idea what this has to do with what Wizards of the Coast is doing. At all, again, or with One D&D, I guess. But if we want to, I do want to talk about this point to a degree. What we do, we still on this channel. What we do will also have that, and we've done it many a time. In fact, this is the third One D&D video that we've done. Episode of the podcast that we've done on people's One D&D videos. Right? You have a bunch of people making those, and what we're doing is kind of dissecting them, right? Seeing if there's anything there that we can gain or what we can criticize and such, right? So, and maybe that's annoying. That's why at least I try to get our stuff to be not the same thing every, a few episodes or so. But there's a lot to cover, and there's little to cover as well, depending, right? Because some videos on the topic might be completely just like, okay, and then we're done, right? But I think that there's still, I guess, what I would say is you could go back and, I guess, look at your past content and, like, revamp it, reimagine it, remaster it, if you will, and come at it from a different angle or something, unless you really think that it is the best it could be, which could be the case, I don't know, but I don't believe that anything is perfect, so potentially, I don't know, why wouldn't you want to redo something? Hell, even for our stuff, probably some of our old stuff isn't as good as it could have been. So this is the thing, right? It's just, honestly, I actually not even probably. It's most likely that a lot of our old stuff isn't top notch, but regardless, for those who need to create these, like, oh, this homebrew or this rule set, or do this stuff to, like, the stuff that we wouldn't cover, in the sense of, like, it being something that is inherently just a how-to video in a way, right? We did a few of those before, but at this point it's like those aren't really much in the sense of something that we can really criticize very well, right? We can still go through it and go, well, would that, like, that seems incredibly overpowered, or this is taking away from this class, or such like that. So I guess maybe that's even a bad example, because we can still do exactly what we do in that respect. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I understand what these people are talking about with the there only being so much content that you can make in a single system, which is why we're branching through other systems as well, learning about those and talking about them too, and covering videos on them. But D&D is the one that has so much content of people just saying shit a lot of the time, especially with One D&D now. D&D has this content, like, or this ability to create content that kind of goes more than it applies to more than just the D&D system. It applies to a lot of TTRPGs, right? Which is why I think How to Be a Great GM, even his stuff nowadays is even better than it was before, in the sense because he goes into more basic stuff. Yeah, it's all in D&D, but it can be applied to very basic things. And, like, there's nothing wrong with doing a single system as your your channel kind of preference. You just have to understand that and plan for the fact that at some point you might run out of content because you've already talked about everything. There's only a finite amount of stuff that you can talk about, considering it's one system. If you expand to the other versions of the system, maybe do comparisons, all that kind of stuff, there's more there. You just gotta have to plan for it. Not to say that, that these people aren't. I have no idea. We only cover the videos that really pertain to the topics at hand. We don't go through their whole catalog. Because that would just be, I don't think that would be necessary to do. Just let's focus on this one channel until we're done with them, right? No, I think it's more just to do with the overall topic. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. And now time to let my windshield defrost. There you go. What are you talking about? This channel can survive leeching off Garibay videos. Hey, leeching? No. Exposing? Yes. We stand on the shoulders of transhuman giants. Those creators either don't want to expand outside the one thing or never really had as many ideas as they thought they did. I don't know. Potentially. I don't want to give a definitive statement like that. You could switch to talking about politics and religion. Well, this is the thing. The best part about the show, the name of the show even, is that we can still talk about anything. Because discussion and discourse applies to everything, right? And I've talked about, we're going to branch out. We're going to talk about more than just D&D stuff and TTRPG stuff. At some point, I do want to start doing, some video game stuff or movie stuff, right? Or just writing stuff in general, right? That's the beauty of that. I'm waiting for the Beyblade video. Oh, dude, I could talk about Beyblades. I like Beyblades. Those are sick. Let them rip, dude. Let it rip. I don't know as much about Beyblades as I'm leading you to believe. I had Beyblades as a kid. That's all I got. And I watched the anime. Except Garibay, y'all are doing the whole Garibay anthology. No, we're just doing that one section of the DM tips. There's so many Garibay videos out there that we are just not gonna do. Because I don't care about some of the shit that he has to say. See, I was expecting a massive nope on that. Oh, politics and religion, not going to do those specifically. I don't care to talk about those things. If we want to have a little conversation about that at some point, who knows? But, we're not going to talk about it as its own topic. No. I don't care. It's not in my purview, and I don't care to have it be. Beyblade is about 3 things: spinning top battles, epic music, and the drip. Yes, that is true. You are correct. Time to head home. Have a good drive. Okay, let's see what I'm still confused as to what One D&D has to do with all of this, but we'll get there. Maybe.
Infinite potential, but it is an incredibly hard system to get into. I have friends over at D20.
Sorry, what is an incredibly hard system to get into?
Out of the content that's left to make for D&D. You can't do so much unless you do live plays, because live plays have infinite potential, but it is an incredibly hard system to get into. I have friends over.
Okay, a live play is an incredibly hard system to get into? I guess you mean, creating them and having them be a sustainable thing? Sure, yeah, Devils and Dice doesn't get a lot of plays. That's fine. We just put them out there. Because it's fun. We're gonna do that for all the stuff that we do. Live plays aren't a system. That's a weird statement. It is a weird statement. I believe I understand what he means, though. It's just creating them and having them be a sustainable show, I guess, to do on your channel. It is itself something that you need to really hook people in on, or get something that's very recognizable and that people want to see, right? These videos have taken forever to get to any point. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting for this to get to the point of, what One D&D has to do with any of this, because this is just talking about content creation for YouTube, for like TTRPG channels. That's what we're at the moment, and nothing about One D&D has been relevant to this, really. So it's 5 minutes in to a 10-minute video, and we've yet to talk about the point of the video. Sidebar, what's your favorite Josh Strife Hayes video, Alejo? Oh, I haven't seen enough to give you one. I really liked his Worst MMO series. I haven't kept up with it too much, but I really enjoyed it because I like looking at those like bad MMO videos. Oh, there was one that was talking about the one that was like kickstarted that was never going to deliver on its promises. That was really good. Because he was talking about how nothing ever has done anything that those guys had promised. Fuck, I don't remember what that one was called, but honestly, like, a lot of his videos are great. A lot of them are great. So, I'm a good channel overall.
At D20 Tales, which, by the way, if you want to go check them out, they're awesome and their live plays are amazing, but they're struggling to get into that scene just like anybody else because it's a hard scene to get into. You're asking for people to commit to hours and hours of content, and well, obviously you're only going to be able to choose one, maybe two shows. I myself have watched over 1,300 hours of D&D live plays, and I still cannot get to the vast majority of what's out there. Shows like Dungeons and Daddies, or a lot of the Dimension 20 campaigns I've never even touched just because I haven't been able to get into it. The Adventure Zone? Forget it. I've only watched a few episodes, and it's not because I don't like it, I just cannot manage to spend that much time. And
Oh, Boo is going to be here soon. The second... So, again, I guess this is all pertaining to how... oh, here we go. Hang on. What? What? Hello.
Hello. I
How are
am very
you?
sorry. I did not expect to sleep for 5 hours.
No, you're totally fine, dude. Honestly, you saved a headache.
Okay.
And this one is just confusing.
Okay.
So, how are you doing?
I am doing all right.
That's good.
I'm not looking forward to this week though because I've got a 40-hour week leading up to fucking New Year's.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Yep.
That sucks
So-
real fucking hard.
Yep, because somebody thought it would be a great idea to let 3 people go on vacation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, you know.
Yeah. Hello,
What are you
Boo,
going to do
says
with
Timothy.
the people who... Oh, hello. What are you going to do with the people who are in charge, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
Expect them to be intelligent? What? No.
Yeah, you'd think you'd give, like, some days to some people and other days to other people.
Yeah, but no, 3
Okay.
all at once.
Oh, okay.
And one of them is off for 12 days in a row, so, you know.
Oh, well.
And that's our closing person.
Oh.
So, guess who's got to be the closing person now?
Yeesh.
Me.
Jeez, dude.
I know how to close, and it's not that big of a deal, but, like...
yeah, right. But you don't
man,
want to
when
be there
it's-
the whole fucking time.
Yeah, I'm part-time.
Yep.
And I work the whole rest of the week, and they're all shifts that they're as long as can be.
Jesus.
I just really, really hope that I have, like, time off after this week.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping for you, man.
Yeah, me too.
Well, so basically what we've got here is, as the title suggests, so the title suggests something that it doesn't really apply. I don't.
Oh boy.
So
okay.
it's One D&D might not be made for the right people, and what I assume is happening right now is he's explaining how, like, influencers and media that is being made for D&D has influenced Wizards of the Coast into making 1D&D a certain way. That's what I assume is trying to happen. So far, what I have gotten is, it's content is out there for D&D on your YouTube channels and such. There's only so much you can talk about. So you run out of topics pretty quickly, and people complain about that, which is sure, that's a valid concern. D&D live plays or actual plays are hard to get into because you're asking for hours and hours of content to be watched, right?
Yeah.
Which also true. That's where we're at. And I don't know, he did talk about how they tried to simplify, or they've been trying to simplify D&D and stuff as a tangent in his first point. And I still don't know why he talked about it, because again, 5e is so simplistic at this point that anyone could get into it.
Yeah, literally anybody and their dog can get into 5e.
Exactly. Literal children I could fucking read it and understand it. It's fine. So I'm still waiting for the point where he starts talking about 1D&D again. We're talking about live plays.
So right now he's talking about how much time has actually been spent talking about 1D&D? Not much.
I want to say like a minute or two. Maybe less. Maybe less.
Okay. Then.
Somewhere in between a minute or two, I think.
Okay.
I assume this is all set up for hopefully this latter half. I don't know.
Some big super point.
Right, exactly. So like I don't know. I'm still waiting. So here we go. Okay. Excitement abounds.
So you consider that live plays are this important to the scene, but it's so difficult for people to get into live plays. And now I'm looking at 1D&D and wondering, is this what they're trying to focus on? Are they trying to make it easier for D&D creators to create content? They have their virtual tabletop, which they're creating, which is inherently just going to make combat a lot more interesting to watch. One of the number one complaints I've heard about D&D live plays is nobody likes to watch the combat because it takes so long. But if you have this in front of you, this incredible scene of animations and minis and whatever, well then yeah, that's going to be a little bit more interesting to watch.
Yeah.
So it's going to take the same amount of time.
Yeah,
in fact,
that's
it could take longer because of the animations and such. It depends on the people and how much they want to take their time on their turn. Even Critical Role, sometimes they take a lot of time, and Matt has to go, all right, guys, let's speed this up. We only have 3 hours for this, right? And
really? I didn't know that.
Sometimes, it's not
no, he's not being mean. I just didn't know that they actually had those kinds of issues.
Yeah, there are times. I remember that at least in a couple of Campaign 2 and Campaign 1 from what I watched of those. Just trying to make sure that they stay on track.
The flow keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. Because it is a show at the end of the day for them.
Yeah, indeed.
So I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's a thing that happens. So again, it'll still happen regardless of this virtual tabletop. And I know this is your speculation of this, but I don't believe that they're thinking about D&D content creators when they are making this shit. I really don't.
They're really not. I mean, they couldn't care less.
No, I don't
people
think
buy
so.
their books, they don't care.
Yeah, they might do it for Critical Role specifically, but that's it. But even then, nobody cares about, they make their custom little maps with the Dungeon Forge, I think it is, or whatever it is, whatever that company is that makes those little customizable dungeon terrain things. Because
I think it's Dwarf Forge.
Yeah, there you go, Dwarf Forge probably. But people look at that because they like to see what Matt makes, and seeing those little scenes, because he puts a lot of fucking effort into that shit. It is impressive. But that's what keeps people interested for that, because he puts that effort in. And people want to see those minis.
Not everybody is Matt Mercer.
No, exactly. Exactly. Not everybody is Matt Mercer. And even so, with these virtual things, even for our thing, I don't, some people might not even watch the shit, they just listen, which is perfectly valid, right?
Yeah.
So again,
You're missing out on some high quality, super tier art, though. Some
That's
MS
right.
Paint shit.
That's right. But even so, even if you were to do like a 2D, what is it? The Fantasy Grounds one, I think that's what that is, 2D. It just uses markers and stuff, and it has a little bit of like artwork and stuff that flashes up every now and then. That stuff is interesting to watch at least, and if you don't like that, then you're not gonna like the 3D stuff either. Probably, I don't know, potentially. But regardless, it's all gonna take the same time. So
it's all gonna take the same amount of time. And the thing is, staring at the battlefield, no matter what it is, for that long, people are still gonna get bored. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you can stand somebody in front of the Mona Lisa and tell them to look at it for 3 hours. And ask if they, it doesn't matter what they're looking at. They're gonna get bored.
It's true. And like with Devils and Dice, I don't do much with the camera really. Sometimes I put in some picture-in-picture stuff of like, I have one thing in the corner because it has a picture-in-picture function inside of Tabletop Sim, or I bring up PNGs of what we're talking about that you show us in our chat, right? Just to show off the art that you want to show us. Because
or
it's
at least
important.
the art that I'm using. That way, other people can be included in the visual portion of that storytelling.
Exactly, right? That's as far as I go. Sometimes I'll zoom in and such, but that it's not going to be a lot because at the end of the day, I don't think the battle map itself really matters. It's what we're talking about and what the story is and like what we're doing. That's what matters.
No,
right?
No. How dare you?
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, my heart wounded from a stake in the fucking in the heart.
Right. So, so like
you just take my pencil and drive it through me. Why don't you?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Oh, your beautiful blood war and
the beautiful blood war and the bar.
That's right.
And the cowboy.
Yep.
From nobody ever else.
Nobody else saw that
saw.
One. But yeah, all of those things. I'm sorry.
I know. It's okay.
Anyway.
Not only that, they're trying to simplify these rules and make them easier for people to get into and watch, and they're increasing the online space. Yes, a lot of games are online these days, but I'm wondering how much of it is supposed to be focused on creators, because creators are pushing the economy for D&D, but they've begun to...
Yeah, so, I mean, to an extent, right?
Well, one creator.
Yeah. Well, so I will say there are bigger channels that do help, that are out there, like Dimension 20 and such, as he's mentioned before, like with Brandon Sanderson, I think is his name.
Oh, it is
the former College Humor guy.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah.
I don't remember his last name, but yeah, no, he does good shit.
Yeah, he's great. Like, watching his stuff has been great because it's funny. It's good fun times all around. And so a lot of bigger content creators are definitely pushing the economy to some extent, but not enough besides Critical Role, who literally put out their own fucking module, right? Not like, and it's official, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah.
So, but everybody's pushing it a little bit. I think the cultural zeitgeist that D&D is in now has been cemented because of Critical Role and Stranger Things and all of that. But us small-time people who have anything to do with anything about D&D or anything, no. That's okay. Don't worry about us.
Works. No.
What was the other thing that I was...
Trust me, if the YouTube algorithm doesn't know us, then Wizards of the Coast doesn't know us.
Very true. There was something else that he said, and I'm going to drag it back a little bit here.
Not only that, they're trying to simplify these rules and make them easier for people to get into and...
Okay, so they're already so simplified that they are literally complexifying it, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, they're having to add crunch back in.
Yes, they are playtesting, adding that back in to give people more to do. Which
that's hilarious.
Which is like and besides, I can say that more definitively because again, they are using 5e and they are just adding to it. Like, that is what they are doing with their mission statement. Even all of your past things that are adventure modules and such are going to be compatible with 1D&D. So you already have that basis. They're just changing a couple of things and adding things, right? Not making it more simple. That's like definitively not what they're doing.
Like, man.
So, like, I guess if we're talking about simple in the sense of trying to get to the content, maybe in the sense of having it all under the D&D Beyond roof, right? That's something that I could see the argument for of like, yeah, everything will be right there. So you can just go to that one space to get to it, which, okay, sure. If that's what we want to say, I'll give you that much. But the system itself, no. No.
Yeah, I know.
I support more complexity, as do I.
Yes.
Watch, and they're increasing the online space. Yes, a lot of...
Okay, yeah, increasing the online space, that's still always been there. I guess if D&D Beyond itself, like... No, D&D Beyond itself created that already. I think people getting more into D&D Beyond would I guess, be making it more.
Yeah.
Maybe the virtual tabletop will do that. Maybe. I don't know. Potentially, though. There is something there, I suppose.
Games are online these days, but I'm wondering how much of it is supposed to be focused on creators, because creators are pushing the economy for D&D, but they've begun to run out of content. I myself have really struggled recently. A lot of my videos have not been doing well, and while personally I do think that is a little bit to burnout, I do think a lot of it is just the fact that there's not so much to talk about anymore. The videos where I deep dive live plays, which are my favorite videos to make, don't get me wrong, but those are the ones that get views. Any of the ones where I talk about things outside of it, a lot of the comments just simply talk about other videos they've heard the same topic for. There's only so much to talk about. And so,
well, so that's literally the case of you are doing something different, which is good. I support you in this. I actually am very interested to know what you mean by your deep dive, so I'm gonna quickly go to your channel and figure out what the fuck that means. Because deep dives of live plays?
Yeah, what?
J. Martin. No, not the J. Martins. That's completely different. Play your role. There you go. Thank you. Okay. Deep dives of live plays. Now, where, how, and when, I suppose, is what I would look at. I don't... So this is the problem with sometimes having these clickbaity thumbnails. I have no idea what ones he's referring to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, 1D&D should burn? It's an abomination? Oh.
Ooh, okay.
Let me just watch later that one.
That's quite a title.
That one was a month after this video. Okay.
Ooh. Wait, same person?
Yes.
Or no? Oh.
Same person. Very interesting.
So one is 1D&D might not be made for the right people. Next, burn it at the stake.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
guessing. You know what? No, I'm not gonna guess.
Okay, so I have something like Brennan Lee Mulligan. That's his name.
That's
okay.
it.
Sorry. Where did I get Sanders? Anyway, Brennan Lee Mulligan expertly drives the narrative forward. Exandria Unlimited Calamity, which is one of the Critical Role spin-offs that he did. I assume stuff like that, where he's talking about specific things in those, is his diving into those live plays. Which already I'm like, oh, I thought that... my immediate assumption was not just Critical Role stuff, but it makes more sense to me now that it would be Critical Role stuff, because that's the
moneymaker.
Yep. Dimension 20 stuff too. Okay, there you go. Yeah, he's doing the popular stuff. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Deep dive for live play sounds cool. It does. So I assume it's just like looking into people's characters and their decisions they make, and how that's like stuff that's in character and such. Like, that's my assumption. Never watched one. At the same time, I don't really want to because it's on stuff that I don't care about as much anymore. So, and I'd rather just watch the live play, honestly, than watch a video about it if I really cared.
Which we
anyway, no, not really. Oh, except for the Dimension 20 stuff, honestly. I think Brennan's stuff is more appealing to me these days. Yeah.
What's that? Because you kind of know who Matt Mercer is and know that he's basically like the Ubermensch.
Yeah. There's an element of that, and also I think I just enjoy the feel of the tables that he's been doing with his show more so. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the variety of the cast, honestly.
I see. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You take all this into consideration, and you look at what One D&D is doing, and you start to wonder, is this focused a lot to give the creators the tools they need to make more D&D content?
What a silly thing that I would never have thought of until I watched your video.
Yeah. And even had I thought it, I never would have actually been concerned about that.
Yeah, exactly. I'd also don't... Maybe it's because I'm not a technically sanctioned D&D creator like all of the rest of you out there. But even so, I don't think... I wouldn't ever think that Wizards of the Coast gave a shit.
Yeah.
Just in any, like, you might feel that way, and that's fine. And I have nothing against that thought, but I don't think that there's enough for me to go off of that would make me ever even consider that or entertain the possibility, I suppose.
Yeah. I just, because at this point, man, I just don't trust any, like, this is my jaded old man-ness coming in at this point. I just don't trust any of the corporations. There's no point.
Oh, as you shouldn't, to be fair.
Yeah. So, like, if they wouldn't openly support people like that, unless it made them money.
Yes. Yep.
There's otherwise there's no purpose.
Yep.
You kind of have to look at it from a purely profit margin point of view.
Which is
if
why
there's no profit to be made, there's nothing to do.
Which is why the changes to the open gaming licensor thing, where they're doing it for profit, right? Where it's like,
exactly.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not necessarily a great thing for us, but it is a thing that makes sense, and I can see why they're doing it.
Yes, I can understand it. Don't have to like it.
Nope.
And I think that is kind of a good thing, but a little bit concerning. When I'm looking at creating D&D content, the idea of having more tools to do this is amazing. I myself want to get into live plays at some point and do more streaming. In fact, I am desperate to do so because it's some of my favorite stuff to do. But it's been difficult to get into, but with all these tools, it could be a lot easier. However, if you look at it from the consumer's point of view, it becomes concerning because if it's so focused on creating content, it's less about creating a great game for everybody who wants to play home games, which is the majority of D&D players.
Why can't we have both?
Yeah.
The VTT will do that because it exists and it does all of those things for people and it'll look good and all that kind of shit, right? Like everything that you've already listed it for why people got bored with the old watching of games will benefit people that are playing the games, right? And this, again, I've noticed that we don't talk about any of the rules really in One D&D videos, like any of the changes that are being proposed, any of them ever. We just talk about that it exists, that the VTT is a thing, and the business side. Those are the three things that we talk about. So you can make these claims, I suppose, of it maybe making the system itself less beneficial to people that want to play it if they only focused on the VTT, but at this point I don't think you could claim that because they're putting out this playtest material and they are getting the feedback on it so that they continue to work on the playtest material so that they can have it ready for 2024, and we don't even have that much of it or anything on the VTT at all. We have no idea how much work is being done every day on that. As opposed to the actual system, right?
I imagine they probably have teams on both.
Exactly, right? That's the best faith assumption that I can have confidently, right?
Yeah, that's.
So I'm going to continue to have that assumption confidently enough until I'm proven that it's not the case. Because if it comes out and it's shoddy, then I can go, right? But until then, I have no reason to believe otherwise. Nothing whatsoever. And like, I don't know. Again, we're just talking about this as if it's a foregone conclusion that because it has these tools that it could potentially make the system bad. And it's like, we haven't even talked about what they're proposing. We haven't even talked about this. How can we talk about something being bad when we haven't even talked about it itself?
When it isn't even available to talk about.
Right. Well, the playtest material is there, and we haven't even talked about it. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, the playtest, but I mean, that stuff is always subject to change.
Absolutely, but even so, having like a conversation about the proposed changes is something that we could point to.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Right? Instead of just saying, well, the VTT. Right?
But
it's like,
but Alejo, that's the flashy thing.
I know, and that's what everybody focuses on because they can.
Yeah.
They can, but they can also focus on the playtest material because it's there for you to download.
But playtest material isn't like all shiny. It doesn't have like
the
kobold in the scene and
You're
shit.
absolutely correct, and that's what sucks about all of these videos is that I haven't encountered a single one that said anything about feats being added in.
Yeah.
Like, and to be fair, we haven't watched every single video about One D&D. Do we intend to? Do we intend to? No.
No.
No. I just wanted to find the ones that are the most interestingly titled or that have these thumbnails so that we can look into them and see if they have anything to say to go along with them, right? Because they make these claims.
Yes.
They make these claims. And it's well, okay. Please substantiate them. And it's like,
and then no.
So this is the substantial pieces of information we have here are it might be made for creators, and that might mean that it's not made for the consumers. And it's like, huh? Huh?
Oh my god.
What? Huh? It's hard to make content, and it's hard to make content that people will watch. Maybe this is made for the creators to make it easier for them, but that means it might be bad for the people who want to play the system. It's like, where are we getting these ideas?
Hey, did you know that... never mind. You know what? I was going to go on a whole tangent about video games being basically the exact same thing.
Right, yeah, exactly. I made the point of, like, Let's Plays exist as well. Like, the
the games weren't made to be fucking recorded.
No, exactly.
Ask Nintendo.
Mm-hmm. They hate it. Fucking
they didn't
Atlas
like it.
And Sega hated it. Or no, Atlas more so now, but Sega did for a long time, and now they thankfully don't do it as much.
Yeah, they're chilled the fuck out because they actually understand what the words free advertising means.
Yes.
Not everybody's wanting to create content. And so you have this dichotomy of trying to help out the creators because they are what's driving the community while also making sure that the community can actually play a great game. And that's where it becomes confusing.
What a weird dichotomy. Why couldn't we do both?
Yeah.
You're proposing this dichotomy.
Could we just do one or the other?
Right, exactly. I'm just
just because this helps people make content doesn't mean that other people can't just play it.
Yep. It's just this weird perception that he's running with to make this video, I assume. Because I don't know where we're getting this. I really don't.
I don't know either. I don't know where this has come from.
And believe me, the first 5 minutes of this video that you did not see would not have helped you.
Oh god. Okay, then I'm kind of glad I slept through that.
The first one literally made me scream. So
oh really?
Yeah, it was another dungeon masterpiece video with a man who sits in an armchair and has a suit on all the time. Who's like, hey,
Dungeon Master.
No, the other one.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah, the other one. The one that we covered who was saying that the virtual tabletop will kill off.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, in-person play. Yep.
Yeah.
That guy. Who never has made something that made me go, I have some contentions, but ultimately this is okay.
Yeah, no. It
never has happened.
It's all horrible.
Yep.
Now, don't get me wrong, live plays are awesome. The reason I love D&D and tabletop games in general is because it is a medium that can be enjoyed in so many incredible fashions.
That's true.
You can watch it as a live play and never play it and still have a deep love for tabletop games. Or you can play it and not like live plays and have a deep love for tabletop games. You can...
Okay, so I have contentions with your first statement. You more have a deep love of what they're doing.
Indeed, you have a deep love of their game.
Yeah, not necessarily the tabletop gaming genre itself, the hobby, any of that stuff, right?
Yeah, you can be interested in the story. It's kind of like saying, because you watch Lord of the Rings, that means you love hiking through New Zealand.
Right, or just in general movies, right? Like, it's like, well, no, you really love this property, these characters, this movie, potentially, or this trilogy, if you will. But not necessarily all things to do with it, right? Not necessarily all movies, not necessarily all TTRPG elements. You enjoy the fact that they can be used to create this story that you really like right now that you're watching, right? But it could lead to that, absolutely. Absolutely could, but usually that means you have to engage with the medium to some degree. So like engaging with a TTRPG more than just watching somebody else play it, usually. Because you can, to be fair, you can learn a lot from watching somebody play. You can learn a lot from, like, I legitimately, before I played, this is a weird example, but before I played The Binding of Isaac, I watched a lot of people play The Binding of Isaac. And after doing that and then getting the game, I was pretty fucking good at The Binding of Isaac, right? It's a different, and like, it's a good game, and sure, watching that game, you can get a lot of aspects of it. Like, watching a video game is a lot different in this kind of respect because you can see a lot of elements at play, but you can't get, like, the game feel, I guess, and some specific, like, timing and glitches and how hard those can be and all that kind of stuff. Like, you can't get certain things. But once you play the game, you can start to... Yeah, you can start to understand. Same kind of thing, at least for that kind of respect in TTRPGs, right? You can see that, you'll get some stuff about the math, maybe, if they even say proficiency bonus and all this stuff, right? Potentially. Depends on the level of play that they're doing, I guess. If they don't need to, like, look at their sheets too much to understand what they're doing, then you're probably not going to get as much as if you were to look at your own sheet and then understand how spellcasting works, where you're getting all this math from, and what it means, right? So there's... Anyway. Did you feel Ty Guy's madness, Boo? Did you feel it?
Did I feel Ty Guy's madness? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You felt it before.
I have felt it before.
Yeah, so you can understand.
Maybe that was what roused me from the grave. My peaceful slumber.
Read stories that were inspired by it. You can look at the rules and just get excited by that, but never actually participate too much in the role playing. There are so many mediums where you can enjoy it, and it's why I love the hobby. But when the game begins getting a little bit too focused on the content creation side is where I become concerned. Now let me be 100% honest. I don't have any proof for this. I could just be totally talking out my own butt right now, and none of this is a concern. But
you brought this up as like your first text box before the video started that I praised you for at least a little bit because I was very upset with the previous video. But so you don't need to say this. You've already put it in. In fact, you editing put this in beforehand, and now you've made the effort of having this section in here to reinstate the same thing. So you're wasting my time. I'm sorry. If Wizards of the Coast is polling people who've played the playtest material, that's a fairly good indication that they're probably making the game for people who play it. Yes.
Yeah, that's also very true.
Hell, you can take that, like I said, you can take that playtest, like you saw me do it for the 3 questions that I did. You can take it and say that you haven't played the playtest material. You can do that. But I assume somebody's going to read that and go,
yeah.
And then like have that in the back of their mind when they're reading your playtest, like, or your submission, right? Which is absolutely something that they should be doing, unless like and I will assume that is what they're doing, because Otherwise, the data is meaningless.
Honestly, as somebody who has worked running a business, helping run businesses, and been in businesses for quite a while, that's a lot of business. The point is, I can't imagine they have not focused on the content creation side. The content creators have been driving much of their sales. And
that's why they partnered with Critical Role, and they promote Critical Role, and they give them shit and all that. Yeah. And that's why Stranger Things exists, and they have a Stranger Things box set, and they've done it with Rick and Morty, they've done it with Nerds, they did it with, like, they figured it out, man. It's nothing to do with the rest of us.
Yeah. Because if they partner with us, they're not getting anything.
God, no. They're getting, like, if they want somebody to talk about their shit for real,
yeah,
they wouldn't, like...
They wouldn't partner with us.
To be fair, there are some people who would be out there that are bigger than us that probably would, but if they want some people that are a little less classy about it, well, then they would partner with us.
Well, the thing is, I think, well, actually, what I was going for was they would never partner with us because we're too honest. Because we're like, no, this is bullshit. No, don't do this.
That is true.
And you can't talk about the product being bad if you're sponsoring it.
That is actually, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. I wouldn't promote something that I didn't believe in, really.
Yeah, exactly.
And the growth.
Which is why you should buy our dice and our hoodies and our thing. And
don't worry, I've already gone through all that. I've already gone through that.
Okay.
But yes, I do believe in our dice. I do.
Yes.
And I believe in the TeePublic stuff because I have some and it's good.
Yeah.
So
do that.
Yeah.
They have to know that. And so they have to be wanting to help the creators out in some way because, I mean, honestly, I don't have proof for it. I don't have numbers, but just from my own personal experience as somebody who watches a lot of YouTube D&D content, I've noticed that a lot of the interest in it has been dying down over the past year.
Despite this, purely rules-focused content has been on the rise that I've seen. So that is... like against what you were saying before, like what people are getting bored of. You've even said people are getting bored of this other content, or sorry, videos that are on that kind of content because other people have done them, and you get comments about that. But to be fair, that you're still getting engagement and stuff, and that means that. So, what's the problem?
Sorry.
Huh? What? Where am I? Where are you?
Yeah, where are you?
How did we get here? Here we are.
Yeah, that's a better question. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm so okay.
Yeah.
So I do become concerned that maybe they've noticed that and they're trying to create a new level of content creation for D&D creators, but it is going to harm the game as a whole.
No, it's not.
So again, where, like, what's the new level that we're, like, they're making a VTT? Those already exist. I guess they're making a flashy VTT. Again, they exist. There are many out there.
Well, what I don't understand is, like, they're doing this, which is going to blank.
Yep. It's a definitive statement that this...
One does not equate to the other immediately, man.
Exactly. Correlation does not equal causation, really.
Indeed. And hell, I would say that you don't even have any correlation yet.
No. That's true. The only correlation that you could cite, I suppose, if you want to try for this, is the fact that 4E did fail when they marketed the VTT too much, right? And the fact that miniatures were, like, the marketing for 4E killed it, is the popular sentiment, right? And well, at least the popular sentiment for those who know about what actually happened. And so so if we want to make that kind of correlation where One D&D is very much, at least from the one trailer that I saw, again, that's the only trailer that I know of that exists right now. Maybe there's another one, I haven't kept up. But the one trailer that I saw was very focused on the VTT. Like, that's the only thing they could show, except for the fact that One D&D is going to be a thing that exists and is able to use the 5e adventures and such, right? That, like, that's all they had. And what is happening right now is that this free marketing stuff that's happening is focusing on the VTT more so than the rules that they are putting forth to be playtested.
Yes.
So, again, I said it way before, but everything is kind of becoming cyclical in this way of like, it might fail because people are only looking at the one thing. Or it might succeed this time because people are looking at the flashy thing that they actually can make now. Right? That's also a possibility. But nobody's talking about the system.
Yeah.
Like, one, because there's not a lot to talk about, but two, the playtest material is playtest material, so I guess I could expect them to not talk about that as much, but we're talking about such vagaries.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Like,
man.
And again, playtest material is also vague, but it's something that you can point to say that this is where their mind is. Right? Because I can point to it and go, they're thinking about changing the magics into arcane, divine, and primal again, which I'm all for. That sounds good to me. They're adding in feats as a core thing to your character classes again. I'm all for that. That sounds great to me, right? Where is the talk of this stuff, right? Where is the talk of what they're designing, where their mind's at, where the game like is going potentially? Why are we not talking about that? And we're talking about the business decision of making a VTT that might lead to the fact that they're not making these surveys correctly, or they're not getting data from the correct people, or the fact that they're making this stuff for content creators more so than the consumer. It's like, what? Cite this at least, please.
Yeah, man.
But you can't.
You can't. There's nothing to cite yet.
You can't cite that. I don't know why you are. And why you're saying these things.
Because it's good for the algorithm.
It's true, and they need to put out a video, and One D&D is a hot button topic right now. And fucking, I know it. We've talked about it 3 times at this point, but I'm trying to see
hell, isn't the One D&D video our most popular video?
Yeah, they are the most popular ones of the episodes in the past here, because again, it is a hot button topic.
Yeah, it's people want to see it.
Right. And like, I understand that, but at the same time, every time we try to cover somebody who's covering this stuff, it's like, well, there's nothing here. Please give me something. And in the beginning of this, I even covered an article and then did the fucking poll for a second. Like, I've done more to show the content off than these fucking videos. It's like, what are we doing?
I don't know, man.
The solution? Well, I don't know. Yes, I do have experience in business, but I am not on the level of them, and frankly, I think it's more up to the community. When we talk about those feedback surveys, I think this is the most important part, because a lot of people have been complaining that Wizards of the Coast doesn't look at the surveys, that they don't care about them. But
why would, I mean, they just don't know. What, they just say these things because they don't know. So don't pay attention to that, okay?
Yeah.
Whether that is true or not, guys, if you don't fill out the surveys, you'll never actually know. It is the first step. I understand the frustration. I understand feeling like they're probably not going to listen to you, but let's be honest, you are just shooting yourself in the foot by not filling them out, because
that's true. That is true. Oh. And like, I fully admit that I don't fill them out because I don't care to. But that doesn't mean that I don't have, I guess, the right to criticize it because I can see the playtest material, right? And when it comes out, I can still have the right to criticize it because I think that somebody probably has made at least one of the points that I have made, right? But at the same time, at this point, I have nothing to really criticize in the sense of like telling them that I don't like something that they're doing right now, because everything that they're doing right now seems pretty okay to me. So I'm just accepting that right now. There's nothing that I have seen that has immediately made me go, no. But at the same time, they also have these things as a limited time of answering their surveys. And the surveys are pretty vague, except for the optional like fill in what you like, more specific things. Those are the things that are at least specific. But the overall questions of, are you satisfied with what this is? It's like, well, somewhat, least, most dissatisfied, somewhat satisfied, and all that, right? It's your scale of 4 options. or 5 options to give you a midpoint as well. Well, your midpoint is satisfied. They don't even have a neutral. I've just realized when we were doing that. I didn't see a neutral. Weird. Anyway. But at the same time, it's like the final product might not be something that I personally have contributed to, but I think that it's still, if it's something that I can buy, it's something that I can criticize. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Now, that being said, there is the ability to, once you have filled out the surveys, carefully watch and keep the conversation going. Online forums such as Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, or anywhere where you can discuss D&D.
People try to talk on Twitter. Let's be fair. They try.
Really? Man.
They try.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. We still carry on the conversation here. There's still stuff that we have to say here, and people, potentially it's possible that somebody could, from the Wizards of the Coast team, I don't think it's likely, but it's possible that they could find one of our videos and they could look at it and then say, oh, they have some points.
Oh, these guys are shitters.
Right, exactly. Let's strike them into oblivion.
Oh.
But like, yeah, I don't know. We're still continuing the conversation, and maybe we can help with spreading those ideas to people that would fill out the surveys, you know? Like, there's still that possibility. So we're not completely fucking garbage.
No. Like, as much as I joke, the problem is, it's distressing how few moderate opinions there are on D&D. Or role-playing in general.
Yep. It's one way or the
kind
other.
of opinions where it's like, this is for the fun of the player and the DM, and how can we fix this, and how can we improve this? There's so little of that.
Yep.
It's sad.
That's true.
Are incredibly important because they allow you to check in to make sure if we're all feeling the same way about a certain thing. And then if the majority of the community is feeling one way about one thing, and then Wizards of the Coast goes the other way, and we all filled out the surveys, we know they're not listening to us, and we know that there's cause for concern. Probably. Keep in mind, the loudest mouths in the community are typically not representative of the majority. So that is why I'm asking all of you lurkers, the people who love D&D but don't usually communicate, don't usually get involved in the conversation. Now's the time to do so. This is a big portion for the game, and it is time for us all to come together and create an amazing One D&D. And if One D&D ends up being something that we don't like, well, the great part is there are still other additions that we can go and care about.
That's
and
true.
homebrewing is always an option, and most importantly of all, D&D is a game about heart and imagination. And nothing can ever take that from us as long as we all have a group of friends around a table. So go out into the world, make it your own.
Okay. So, your last, 5 minutes, well, less than that.
Way less than that. I would say the last minute.
Yeah.
Maybe even the last 45 seconds.
I would give him some stuff, but yeah, your closing sentiment at least I agree with.
Yes.
And it's part of your title, I suppose. Good ending line, yes. At least we can rely on our FBI observer to listen. That's true. That is true.
Indeed.
They'll pass it forward. I know it.
Yeah. Once they finish washing their hands.
Right. Exactly. So at least what I will say is that this is at least the opposite of the first video where he was gatekeeping the shit out of people, and this one is kind of more inclusive. Which is good. That's at least a positive that I can say. Better video, absolutely, than the first one, but still not great. So, yeah. I mean, that's just how these 1D&D videos are, you know?
Yeah, it's really a lot of the same.
Yep, and it's unfortunate. I don't know what people are waiting for to talk about, I guess. Because, again, there's stuff out there that they can look at and, go through. I guess nobody wants to just go through the PDFs and, highlight things or anything.
Who wants to do research?
Or at least they know that would be boring. But it's informative, so, I don't know. Maybe make it less boring.
Yeah. have like some sparkles and rainbows and shit.
Hell yeah, do it.
I'd watch that.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it. That's the stuff. That's all of that. We're gonna move on to comments, and then we'll be done for the evening. So, let me pull comments up really quick. There it is. Yeah, so that video wasn't offensive. It was just like, where are you getting your information and why do you have that like as your idea, I guess is just my main thing. But yeah. So this is on our 4E video that we did recently. 131, Hate the Meme, Not the System. GM Arcbolt says 4E is to this day my favorite D&D edition. Awesome.
Hey.
And also, Parvati Quinta has left a couple of comments. First one says, just a short comment, only about 20 minutes in. THACO is only a shorthand, and you do not have to learn it if you don't want to. Just make a to-hit table, like in good old basic D&D. In the first row, write the AC scaling down from 9 or 10 to whatever negative number you think you're actually going to use, or you're going to actually use in play. In the second row, write your THACO under the 0, reduce by 1 each cell to the left, increase by 1 each cell to the right. But yes, THACO is not any more complex than 3rd edition and later to hit. This is all you have to do. Roll a d20. If you scored at least THACO minus AC of your target, you hit. It's a subtraction instead of addition. That's all. Hope this helps. By the way, it's funny how when 3.0 launched, or just plain 3rd edition as it was known back in the day, Grognard said that AC going up was an abomination. Of course they did. Thank you for that. I will forget it. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
Not
being mean. Just,
no, I appreciate you and your comment, and if I ever need to, I will go back and look. But at the moment, it will be forgotten. So again, Parvati Quinta says, okay, finish watching now. My proper 2 pence to the video. People do criticize D&D both for having classes and for being unrealistic in its design, and have done so from day one, and fair enough, both are true. This may even be part of the reason co-creators of D&D, Gary Gygax and Dave Armisen, fought and split up, according to some historians. However, in this day and age, there are so many other TTRPG options for people seeking greater realism, GURPS, Call of Cthulhu, Mithras, to name just a few, that the main criticism should perhaps be that D&D today pretends to be the game that can do everything when it's not, and is so dominant, most people haven't even heard of other TTRPGs. So the pretending to do everything, I guess I would say that it can do pretty much anything. It's just that you need to have, I guess, if we want to say that D&D, like, base, right, raw, can do everything, that's not true, right?
Yeah.
It needs heavy modifications if you want it to do everything.
Not to mention, I think that it doesn't... I don't know if D&D itself pretends to be able to do everything. I would say that it is the players insinuating that it can do everything. Because if you read the materials, there is not a single mention of any really many other genres. Like, it's
true.
It is blank fantasy every time.
That's true.
Now, if they started releasing, like, tons and tons of supplement books that are, like, D&D sci-fi, D&D steampunk, D&D, and they started actually trying to push it as this game that can do anything, then I would agree. But since the raw material pretty much focuses entirely on the heroic fantasy, I will have to disagree.
Yeah, it is definitely just what the people who run it want to do with it.
Yeah.
Should have stopped at Denny's. That's fair, Lux. Hope my world building sounds as good in my head as in my head. Oh, we'll get to it. Don't worry. I'm excited to read some of that. AD&D 2E to D&D 3E was a massive shift. Not only 3E unified class progression and reworked skills, also making them core instead of optional, but it decomposed classes level by level so you could mix and match, and added feats, turning D&D from a pure class system to a hybrid between class and point buy. 4E keeps the feats, but otherwise goes back to the roots, becoming a class game again. That said, there's a lot of 3E in 4E, and a lot of 4E in 5E, as you rightly mentioned. One D&D is not 4E enough for me, at least so far, by the way. That's fair. I just see a lot of similarities, that's all. And because, so I see a lot of similarities because, as you said, 4E is 5E, and 1 D&D is 5E, but 5.5, right? Like, that's why I'm kind of like, it's 4E. Like, it's everything beforehand already that's been just going up and up, right? D20 Modern, boo. And Future.
D20 Modern?
Oh. But are those systems that use the D20 system itself and not D&D?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? We're talking about D&D itself. Like, does it say, oh, you can do anything with it? No, you can do anything with a D20 system. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hell, they made a D20 Cthulhu.
Yeah, exactly. So, like...
Not good, but they did.
Yeah, I have no idea. But, regardless, like, the system itself can get, like... Or, sorry, the dice system itself can do anything. But D&D itself focuses on the blank fantasy. And to be fair to 3E, a game that I loathe, mind you. It's not entirely true that 3E Fighter is only auto attack. There was a range of combat maneuvers such as charge, bull rush, even the infamous grapple were baked in the system, and fighters had reasonable chances at being successful at those actions because they had extra feats to spend. But new players would often overlook these options and just auto attack. That's true. Yep. On D&D and competitiveness, there is a competitive scene to D&D, or at least there was. It has been many years since I went to a convention. There were tournaments in which teams of players would all face the same adventure and were given a score based on certain criteria established by the organizers. The highest scoring team would win. If you look at some early AD&D 1E modules, such as the famous GDQ series that gave us the drow, among other things, at the back of the module, TSR published the statistics of original tournament characters for it. Oh,
that's cool.
Interesting. Very cool. Thank you. In 4E, you do get all of your healing surges back on an extended rest. It's in 5E where you get only half. But not to worry. No, wait, I thought it was 5E also gives you all of it. For your hit die. Oh, wait, no. I think you're right. Oh, shit. I think I might be...
It's been too long since I played 5e.
That's fair, and I think it's been too long since, like, hit dice have ever been used in my 5e games, because no one ever takes a short rest. Like, in the sense of spending hit die, usually.
Yeah.
Anyway. But not to worry, you'll need them since monsters don't go down in one round. Yeah, true. GSL. The GSL was not a response to Pathfinder, but to earlier D&D clones such as WoW, the WoW RPG by White Wolf under the pseudonym of Sword and Sorcery Studios. Pathfinder is Paizo's response to the GSL and the termination of the Dungeons and Dragons licenses, and at the time it was a huge gamble. But then again, Paizo had its back to a wall. They had a lot of stock in 3.5 material that would have become unviable for shops if Paizo hadn't promised a core book to support it. The fact that Paizo fueled the 4E hate to promote their own game is sad, but partially understandable. Oh, did they? They did get massively endangered, to use a polite word, by Wizards of the Coast policies, and at the time, many people predicted they would go bankrupt. It wouldn't surprise me if they did put out some stuff that was like to hate on 4E, but that's because business against business.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, if they...
And then they wound up making 4E.
Yeah, it's something that's very close to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So thank you, Parvati. Timothy Martin on last week's episode says, "Hello everyone, happy holidays and joy and cupcakes and some other shit. Yeah, world building. The best thing I can think of for a holiday in TTRPGs is something that ties into a plot, so I'll have to write a story first, so I'll get on this right away, if I don't forget. In the meantime, how about some Leroy backstory? Excuse me, why did he leave his... Oh, excuse me, goodness. Ugh. Breathing and burping at the same time is weird.
Yeah, no, I hate that shit. It's very annoying.
Excuse me, so, Leroy backstory, right. Why did he leave his job at the trading house, you ask? I'm so glad you asked. Well, as Leroy's self-made legend says, he was looking for a new challenge. He totally did not just get bored. He did. He totally did not play poker using the money in the trading house safe and keep the winnings. He damn sure did. But the last straw was when his brother gained ownership of the trading house after being some sort of hero, saving the old elf tradesman that owned it by getting it from the tradesman's will. Oh. So Leroy just wandered off after that, not wanting to deal with his brother's shit. That's why he moved 1,000 miles away in the first place.
Damn.
Leroy then found himself in a small port town at a cozy rat hole of a tavern called the Fluffy Badger. Nice. Little did he know he would strike a deal with an 8-foot-tall, buff-as-hell henchman for hire, Star Ruby, the luchador ogre.
Star Ruby as in, like, Star Platinum?
I don't know.
Like a stand? Because I'm about it.
maybe it's henchman for hire, Star Ruby, the luchador. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Luchador Ogre. After a few jugs of wine, the two started a friendship, and off they went to do really cool, epic stuff. Totally not hanging around the docks waiting for the next job to come by, but when you can do magic, you can literally make your own fun. To be continued, anyways. That's all I got for my world building right now. Have a nice day, bros.
Good shit.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Star Ruby the gemstone. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Auto-attacking every round without thinking is playing a fighter badly. Yeah, I mean, usually, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so thank you for that. Lux has fucking 6 comments that are all here on fucking world building, so here we fucking go. Are you ready?
Wait, how many?
6. Each one
they're all,
is...
like...
I don't know how long each of them are, but there are 6 of them, and this first one is only a couple of 3 paragraphs or so, and then we've got sections. So here we go. Excitement. So Lux says, all right, I ran with that Kobold Empire idea I had. So this is the world building work I've done on it since last week. This may come as a shock to you, but it actually ended up being pretty long. Long enough, I'll need to break it up into replies, actually. I'll just do 1 section per post.
Okay.
Also note that I haven't done this for any specific world, but as something you could potentially plug into any fantasy-ish world. Oh, absolutely, yeah. This means I intentionally have not provided details that would be tied to the context of any particular world, such as what religions exist or what its relations are with any other specific nations, nor have I established the Empire's precise location or physical dimensions. What I have provided is an overview of some of the various systems, practices, and attitudes found within the Empire that should give you a pretty good idea of what it should look like. I've also included a bit of general guidance on how the Empire would behave under certain conditions, and ended with a bit of speculation on what it might do as it passed through the later stages of history, assuming it survived. I had a few other things in mind to do with it, but this is the state it's in on the day of the deadline, so up it goes. Hopefully I haven't left any major editing mistakes. I'd like to reformat the final section, but there's no time.
So I assume that whole preamble was the first full paragraph.
That was the first.
The full comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
The second one is okay. This one's only one, so it might be just a paragraph pair. We'll see.
Okay. I guess we'll see.
It might total to being a single comment of usual length. We shall see.
Oh my god!
Thank you for this.
What a
Thank
fucking
you.
legend!
I know. Kobold Empire of Drakkar. Brief history.
Name no.
Drakkar is a land once ruled by 7 dragon kingdoms. When strife arose between these kingdoms, the enslaved human tribes stole the knowledge of magic from the dragons and overthrew them, driving the dragons and dragonborn out of the land and making the kobolds their slaves. The kobolds who escaped their masters eventually turned to the powers of necromancy and overthrew the humans in turn. A unified kingdom was established over the land, ruled by a kobold nobility rife with vampirism and the practice of dark magic, using undead thralls to bolster their military strength. In the time since its establishment, Drakkar has aggressively invaded other lands, paranoid of all possible enemies, and seeking to always maximize its own power to ensure that the kobolds would never be subjugated again. Good start.
Good.
Government, 2 paragraphs. To the outside world, Drakkar is a highly centralized feudal monarchy, currently ruled by Draken Kaiser Heldrak the Fourth.
Holy hell, Draken Kaiser?
Yes.
That's fucking sick as hell.
It's really cool. In truth, the Drakkaran nobility, wow, nobility, brain. Nobility is an undead hierarch with vampires filling out the ranks of nobility, and an inner circle of liches controlling the state apparatus from behind the scenes.
Whoa, there are liches?
There are liches. I assume that this is just liches in general, just being a thing.
Jesus Christ! Okay, so this isn't not like a comedy, kind of goofy empire. This is like a legit fucking powerful entity, like
made
a
of
world
kobolds.
power.
Yeah.
Holy hell!
Yeah.
That's awesome. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
No, you're good. Heldrak and all of his ancestors have, in truth, been a single Lich King who has simply changed his outward identity every few decades. Ooh, I like that. With an imaginary heir being presented to the public for a number of years before the old king's fictitious death is reported. That's
super cool.
That's really good. I like that idea a lot.
Shit.
A similar system of succession is practiced by the vampiric nobility, though they rely more heavily on powers of hypnotic suggestion to convince the greater populace that they are not, in fact, immortal. In the unfortunate event that a noble's true nature is exposed to the public in a way that can't be covered up, that individual is quickly denounced and slain, and a new vampire promoted to take their place.
So, literally the masquerade.
A little
I love
bit,
it.
yeah. The typical light sensitivity suffered by all kobolds goes far in explaining away the nobility's total avoidance of sunlight. Yep.
Good shit.
Through Drakkarans... though Drakkarans are far more tolerant of necromancy than most people, as necromancy was instrumental to the kobolds gaining their freedom from their human oppressors, their leaders do not believe that they would willingly accept the lordship of vampires and liches. It may be that the nobles could control through the sheer power of their magic and the undead under their command, but they do not wish to rule their people by force after giving up their mortal lives to free them from that very condition. That's fair, yeah. However, they would not allow themselves to be destroyed or driven from the land either, as they believe Drakkar can only be kept truly safe under their eternal guidance. Yep. Lux would be a great video game maker, I bet. Very well done. The people. 3 paragraphs. 5 paragraphs. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Lux, calm down.
The people.
The people.
The greater part of the kobold populace is regarded as a free peasantry by their rulers, able to travel freely and conduct their own business, and even to follow gods of their own choosing. They are, however, subject to military conscription in times of war, and thus encouraged to maintain proficiency, with at least one weapon, with spears and slings being common choices. Magic, however, is tightly regulated. Arcane magicians of less than noble birth are required to join one of a number of official circles, and these circles are overseen by a chamber of the imperial court known as the Court of Wizardry. Similarly, any users of divine magic must become members of an organized temple or church registered with the central government. though the state is truly more concerned with the activities of these individuals than with their actual beliefs. Religious leaders and scholars who demonstrate no actual use of divine magic are free to spread their teachings without interference, so long as their words do not inspire disloyalty to Drakkar or its nobles. Hedge wizards and religious zealots who refuse to meet the demands of Drakkaran law are generally driven from the towns and villages and forced to dwell in the wilderness, while those who actively threaten the interests of the state are hunted down for public execution.
This is sounding an awful lot like the Empire's policies on magic.
Yeah, and religious.
Warhammer.
Yeah. Furthermore, any practice of necromancy without explicit noble sanction is strictly forbidden and punishable by death, though some uses of that art can go undetected, and an unclear line often exists between necromancy and divination.
Ooh, okay.
Most non-kobolds residing in Drakkaran lands are bound in serfdom to the manorial estates of rural lords. The Empire's agricultural production is heavily dependent on these serfs, so the nobles are encouraged to keep them content, but also discourage them from developing ambitions above their station or expressing any desires for personal freedom. Whenever criminals, malcontents, and prisoners of war prove too few in number to keep the nobility fed, people of this class are often the first to disappear in the night and wake up in a vampire's dungeon. A lesser part of Drakkar's non-kobold populace is bound in full, is it chattel?
Yes, chattel.
Chattel. Slavery. With humans representing the greatest number of these, though kobolds can also be enslaved as punishment for severe crimes or failure to repay debt. However, undead zombies and flesh golems are often preferred over living slaves for their physical endurance and lack of need for sustenance, which reduces Drakkar's actual demand for slavery significantly. Unfortunately, this more often results in slaves being sold abroad than gaining their freedom. Yep, that's fair. I find it interesting that they would. I guess it makes sense enough that you would have your kobolds that did shit, right? Like they did super bad shit to become slaved again, because that's the whole thing with their culture, right? Becoming a slave again is probably something that they would never want to do.
Yeah, that's kind of like a big deal.
So
it's kind of like I know that there are cultures out there that are like, oh, please don't, our religious practices are like, something. So you do something that directly defiles that, you know?
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, you know what? Okay. I don't remember the religion. I apologize. I'm not very good with many different religions. It would be like forcing a blank to eat beef. I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forget the religion.
I don't know.
Muslim?
No, I don't think so. There's a few that don't eat specific.
It's the ones who consider either beef or pork to be unclean, and then you would, basically force them to eat that. Or yeah. It's like also the that scene in Inglourious Bastards where Nazi guy makes the Jewish girl eat cream with the strudel. Remember that?
No, I haven't seen Inglourious Bastards.
Oh, it's a good movie.
I know everybody keeps saying it, and like I understand and I want to see it, but it's not something that I've gotten to yet. I will though, Thanks to Lux for having real zombies instead of brain eaters. Well, they can do both. Anyway. While the Draken Kaiser cannot conscript serfs from the lands of nobles, the nobles themselves can and do still levy them to meet their feudal obligations in wartime. Slaves must be purchased from their owners to be pressed into the military, but this is done frequently, and being freed from good military service is the most common way Drakkaran slaves gain their freedom. Serfs are legally required to return to their lord's land upon their release from the military, but those who are rendered who render the best service are often retained as house guards instead of being sent back to the fields. This is widely regarded as desirable, but these house guards spend their lives in constant danger of stumbling upon knowledge that their lords cannot allow them to live with. And many of them are secretly admitted into the ranks of undead long before their natural lives would have ended. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Muslims won't eat pork because it's unclean, and Hindus won't eat beef because cows are holy. There you go.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
So then it would be like forcing one of those, those people to eat the food that, they consider untouchable and uneatable.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah. Dracaran cities can be compared to icebergs, with a small upper city standing on the surface while a vast network of tunnels and warrens forms an undercity that stretches far below the ground, in a reversal from most other societies. In a reversal from most other societies, the lower classes find themselves dwelling primarily in the upper city, while people of greater wealth and social standing make their homes further below ground. That makes sense. Because vampires and shit, they don't want to be in the sunlight.
Yeah, vampires, and also you don't want to have all your important nobles be the first people to suffer an invasion.
Yes, exactly. That's like how my vampires are. They have like a funnel kind of shaped city where the top level is all the cattle, quote unquote, and the bottom levels are more for the nobles. So hey.
So Alejo, have you fully developed that city yet, or no?
More or less. I have the design and I have the those kind of placings of things, but I just had
an idea because you said funnel city, and that there is the cattle at the top. Do you have a way in your world to keep people alive essentially forever, or no?
To keep them alive forever, it's just since they're used as breeding material and cattle for the vampires.
Because I thought it would be really, really cool if you had like maybe thousands of cattle in this upper chamber that has like funnels and shit that lead down into the lower portions of the city through like aqueducts and shit, and those people are literally being like eternally bled dry, and their blood is like forming literal rivers and fountains in the vampire city.
Actually, yeah, that would be good because of the fact that I wouldn't expect that so this is the thing with like
I don't know if that can work for you. I just thought that would be a fucking sick ass.
I like that as an idea, and I think I had it as like they were used to bleed and such before, and like it was collected, but I think because I like one of the things about undead is like how the fuck do they like what is the waste they produce, right?
Not much.
Right. Well, that's the
physical,
thing.
Really.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like as in trash.
How does that work in the sense of like you are gaining blood, you are using the blood, but where does it go? You know? It's one of those things.
Good question.
Like once you actually think about how undead work, you have a lot of questions. So I need to figure out if there is, at least in my mind, how I can figure out what their waste would be and how they would get rid of it, right? And what it would look like. A lot of the time
when I think about the waste that an undead would, like, let's take a zombie, for example, and like a brain-eating, flesh-eating zombie. Right. I always assume that the flesh that they eat is essentially either one of two things. It's either A, completely pointless, and basically does nothing, and they just are driven to do it, or two, it is used to fuel their body. And so there basically is no waste.
Yeah.
Same thing with vampires. It's just digested, and then once they're out, they start withering away.
Right. Yeah, that's true. They might work like mosquitoes. You, really. Ooh. Now that's a good point.
Wait, what about what?
The like vampires might work like mosquitoes.
Where do they drink blood?
Yeah,
let me spread malaria?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how mosquitoes themselves like maintain, because they drink blood and then they have a full thing, and then like what is their waste that they produce, right?
Well, see, a lot of mosquitoes actually do not consume blood. The females consume blood in order to produce viable offspring. And many different forms of mosquitoes actually are just pollinators, and they eat nectar and sugar and things like that.
That's true, yeah.
Nectar, sugar, pollen, but specifically females are the ones that tend to drink blood. There are breeds and species of mosquitoes where both of them, like males and females, do eat blood, obviously.
Yeah.
The popular ones that we are familiar with in America, the females are the ones that do that.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Which is, I'm looking now. Literally one thing that's, do mosquitoes have waste? Which mosquitoes have kidneys. Malpighian tubules. Tubules. Yeah, tubules. That excrete excess salt and water from their body fluid.
So it would literally be, oh my god, there's a guy in Dark Tide literally named Racist Killer.
Nice. They take blood in as a meal, and they urinate to dispose of their waste products. So they would urinate salt and water.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Then that's how waste is created for vampires for me. They pee.
They pee.
So then we would need
a tide of urine.
Yes, right. Now I know that there is some sort of sewer system that they have created, because they will need that to go somewhere. Cool.
Now, here's the other question.
Yeah.
If you want to do something a bit more realistic in terms of disposal, what I have done personally is in my town, Automatown.
Okay.
It is like the machine city and like steampunky, and there's pipelines and all kinds of cool shit. And they have standard like waste materials. They actually have like trash cans around the city.
Yep.
And these trash cans are not the kind that you move.
Okay.
They are like these. Basically, imagine a trash can sitting on the sidewalk, but it is made of just brass or copper, and it's just in the ground. And it is not actually just a can, it is essentially a pipe, the end of a pipe.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
With a lid over the top. And because they have a lot of steam energy there, they use a lot of steam, some of the cooled steam and like fluid of the city is actually piped towards like the very, very top of those entrances and those cans, quote unquote,
right? In
order to keep the walls slick and like, you know, keep things from sticking to them.
Yes.
So people will throw their trash into these cans, and it is used with the water flowing down the side and stuff like that. Everything is pulled down into like a massive chamber underground where there are dozens of OTUGs living.
Okay.
And the OTUGs eat all the trash.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
And so they just live there. There's no need for them to come up and like, you know, mess around.
Right,
because
they're just
they're getting a constant food supply.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's how I would deal with trash in that city.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Might be a little simplistic, but I mean, hey.
No, I mean it's good. It's a good thing to have, and honestly, it might be something that I might give a little takesy of that one. At least for the ones that are above ground.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, you could always have that quest where it's like, hey, one of the OTUGs is acting up. Can you go down there and like smack it around a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, one of our OTUGs has gone rogue and is outside of the city. I need you to capture it so we can have it continue to eat trash.
Yeah, we don't really know why. Maybe it just wanted to see the sun, but that's not really in its job description.
It's somehow dug a tunnel down farther, and it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. It's like,
now there's a Balrog. Good luck with that. And then the other thing you could do is you could have it where, you know, the player characters get sent down there because it's like, hey, our OTUGs that live downstairs, they just recently like laid an egg. So we need you to get that egg so that way we can raise it and you know, make sure it survives. Because we need OTUGs.
Yeah, I like that. Cool.
Also, try not to kill them.
Right,
we need them.
Please.
That would be really interesting, where you have to go into this monster's den where there's a really dangerous monster that you can't communicate with. You have to steal its young specifically so that it can be safely raised and then just put back in the cave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good idea. Okay.
You can steal that one if you want.
You know what? I very well will, and I will give you
Okay.
no credit for it, as Aiden would
That's
say.
okay. But when I hear about that city with the Otyugs, I'll know. It's like,
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Also, medieval Germany was a bit of an inspiration here, so I'm not too surprised that it has similarities to the Warhammer Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because that's basically the Warhammer Empire.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that, don't you worry, because it's great.
Good.
It's
Yeah.
great.
The skin that rots off of zombies, I think, would be the droppings. Yeah, you could also have it be that the more skin it loses, that's kind of the waste product in a way.
And I think if you had the zombies that just ate flesh just because it's a compulsion, the zombies themselves could wind up so bloated that they become the waste.
Yes, yeah, you could also do that. Absolutely. Like I have zombies that are mindless, and I have zombies that have a mind as well. So like, you'd have a lot of those kinds of types. It just depends on what you're working with at that point. I guess dry bones would be cleaner. Yeah.
Yeah, or skeletons in general.
Yep. Anyway, the tangent. How's it? Icebergs. The upper cities are inhabited mainly by surface-dwelling non-kobolds, the majority being humans, with elves being the largest minority. As one might expect, the residents of the Undercities are predominantly kobold, while a minority population of dwarves is also accepted there. Working classes also inhabit the outer edges and deepest depths of the Undercities, where they expand and develop new tunnels while exploring for mineral veins, while the higher classes prefer to dwell in the more secure interior of the cities. With the exception of slaves, non-kobolds living in cities enjoy the same legal freedoms as the kobold peasantry, though they are generally regarded as socially inferior to their kobold counterparts. That said, humans and elves...
It's feel to be an elf, and a kobold just walks up. Ugh.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Oh my god.
That said, humans and elves comprise the bulk of Drakkar's merchant class due to their ability to travel long distances above ground with relatively little difficulty. Non-kobolds, we're on the last paragraph of people. Non-kobolds showing any sign of magical aptitude will be aggressively pressed into a circle or temple, whether they desire to develop and use their abilities or not. This does allow serfs and the children of slaves a way to escape the form of oppression into which they were born, though they are still not given a free choice regarding their role in life.
Interesting.
That reminds me of Dragon Age Origins, where they just send people to the fucking tower. It's pretty good.
I've always heard that those ones were good because that was back before BioWare, shit the bed.
Yep. It's a little hard to control because it plays like an MMO, Dragon Age Origins at least. And it's a little kind of annoying in that respect because it doesn't have some of the things that I'm used to in MMOs, but it's still a good like story. So anyway.
Now, remind me, this is set in like I guess we're going to assume this is set in a typical D&D world because...
generic fantasy, we'll say.
Yeah, specifically because he said you could just strip it into any world you want. People can learn magic just by reading books, right? Effectively? Or do you still need a talent for it? Like a wizard, effectively.
That's true, right?
So does that mean that basically if you're a slave, you could just learn magic to get out of it?
Potentially, but I don't know if that's going to be something that works for this world.
I guess that wouldn't be something it's just something you stumble upon.
Yeah, it would be regulated, like highly regulated.
Yeah.
So probably most of the ones that have an innate, like, I would assume that a lot of wizards in general have some innate power that they, like, cantrips aren't a thing that you need to learn, really, right? That's something that's like a thing you could do, right? And so I feel like even if that comes out and you then need to learn it, like, to do more spells, you're not just a sorcerer who can do whatever. I feel like it could work the same way of like, oh, you have this magical aptitude that has sprouted, right? You are in this camp because we have divided you up from the other ones who can just do it inherently.
Don't say camp.
Well, it is. It's a very nice way of saying.
It's a veritable camp of concentration.
Yes, sir. That's true. So yeah, I think that it's still a possibility if someone were to smuggle a book out to them, but I feel like it's so regulated that it's more just the fact that they just have that inherent like cantrip ability that they just get, right?
Oh man.
Anyway, Dragon Age Origins was also an influence, though the reason they're sent to a circle would be different. Yeah, that's fair. Also, sidebar for Boo.
Oh?
I started watching your Battalion Wars videos, and damn, that game is cool.
I know, it's super good. I miss it. Because, the one thing that I didn't like was how careful you have to be with, like, some of the super heavy units, which always felt wrong. But, you know. Because basically, if you think about it, like, in 40k terms, imagine you have a Bane Blade on the table.
Yeah.
Versus like a guy with like a ton of Lehman Russes. Those Lehman Russes probably aren't going to be able to do shit to a Bane Blade. Like just bog standard Lehman Russes. Nothing special. It would take a lot of firepower
for a Bane Blade.
Yeah, for aren't Bane Blades like ridiculous?
They're pretty good, but I don't know how they. I actually haven't looked into them as recently.
Okay. So, well, I guess I put them on the same level.
That's
as
fair.
Like a knight.
I would. I was gonna say a knight would be more apt. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then imagine you have a knight versus a bunch of little, just normal ass Lehman Russes. That it would not go well for the Lehman Russes.
Probably not. They might get a couple of shots in.
Yeah. In Battalion Wars, you know that Titan would just get fucked up.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, and it's no fun. You have to be super protective of it, and that's not fun.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right for like an endgame unit.
It's not.
Okay.
And so it's not very. They kind of did that wrong.
Yeah.
But it's still a fun game.
Yeah. Dragon Age because mages get possessed by demons. That's true. Yeah.
Drakar, 40k because mages get possessed by demons.
That is also true. Drakar because the government wants to keep magic under tight control. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway. Even so, mages, clerics, and druids can rise to great heights of prominence in society, rivaling that of the noble born, even if they were not born to kobold ancestors. Spellcasters can still be drafted into military service, and non-kobold lives are generally the first to be put at risk, meaning that these individuals will usually see a battlefield at some point. Thanks to the forced emphasis on learning to which they are subject, this combination of factors can lead them into careers as strategists and scholars of the military sciences. Though they are rarely given troops of their own to lead, those who have proven their comprehension of matters of war are commonly sought as advisors by commanders on the march. Conversely, those who shirk their studies may find the halls of their order to be little more than free living space, but they are usually assigned the most undesirable of labor duties, not left to the undead servitors. And they are among the first military recruits to be called on when commanders see a need for someone to serve as cannon fodder in combat. Absolutely. What? Yeah.
That's so weird that it's like, hey, we've got these humans who are like bigger and physically stronger than us. Let's send in like the little 3 foot. I mean, let's not send in the little 3 feet.
Yeah, thing is cannon fodder. Yeah.
Rat guy. You know?
Yep.
It'd be like sending in the storm vermin for the Skaven slaves.
True. Drakar and foreign relations. Here we go. Oh, here's another big one.
Okay. People don't like them because they constantly invade everybody.
After suffering under subjugation since the beginning of recorded history, the kobolds of Drakar view every foreign nation they do not dominate as an eventual threat. And this way of thinking is further encouraged by the emotionless calculations of their undead rulers. That's fair. They recognize the importance of diplomacy in keeping those threats at bay, but refuse to rely on the goodwill of other nations in preserving their own independence. Drakkar will therefore seek to expand its territory at every opportunity, so long as doing so does not jeopardize its own defensive capabilities, and as long as the territory to be gained is worth having. If Drakkar's immediate neighbors are too well defended to safely attack, Drakkar will pursue any means of travel it can develop in order to gain access to new lands to expand its dominion over. Drakkaran kobolds are skilled enough craftsmen to develop advanced naval and airship technology, and the nation's magical assets could be put to work developing systems for interplanar travel.
My God.
These kobolds are fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude, this is like a fucking superpower, literally.
Yes. Yeah, I'm down with it.
Yeah, it's great.
Because its own activities can lead to conflict with other powers at any given time, Drakkar prefers to limit its reliance on foreign trade by pursuing the greatest possible degree of self-sufficiency. Its trade policy is therefore strongly protectionist, with high tariffs placed on foreign imports and raw materials extracted from colonies sent to the core territories for manufacture. Despite this, Drakkar seeks to maintain good relations with at least a few mercantile nations in the hope that they will act as reliable channels between the Drakkarian economy and the external market, should Drakkar have a need to import any good it can't produce internally, or a surplus of manufactured goods to export. These trade allies are likely to skim a sizable profit off the top of Drakkaran international commerce, but Drakkar regards this as the cost of protection from foreign attempts to isolate them economically. If push comes to shove, however, Drakkar is not beyond using military force to open a foreign market to its merchants. Whew.
Pretty good.
Due to the use of mindless undead for manual labor, Drakkar is an exporter of living slaves. The export of undead workers is rare, as surplus zombies can be kept in storage at little cost until they are needed.
God damn it, I'm just imagining like a big fucking... I just imagine like, so you know the Skaven with the thing catchers, the little sticks?
Yeah.
I just imagine a kobold with like kobolds with things catchers herding zombies into a fucking meat freezer, and they're just standing and...
Yeah. They just sit there. That's good.
Yeah, they just fucking stand there. It's great. I love it. Like, it's kept magically cold or some shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God.
Kobolds with airships sound awesome. Yeah. Also,
sounds terrifying.
Oh yeah,
like Skaven with airships.
Yeah. Also, British.
Do they have
Empire.
a bioweapons wing?
Yeah.
I sure fucking hope not.
Oh, I would assume zombies are us. Yeah, that's right.
Oh God, fuck, dude.
Huh?
Why did you? I was thinking about bioweapons, a bioweapons wing, and then you just immediately said zombies are us. I'm like, fuck, dude. They just get the zombies that are full of like rotting matter, put them on an airship, and just drop them on people.
They absolutely could. Yeah.
Why did you have to help me come up with such a horrifying... It's literally fucking pestilence with their goddamn clip clock catapults, my guy.
Yes.
It's good shit.
Let's see. They kept in storage, little cost than they needed. While what little demand exists for them abroad is scarcely worth the cost to transport them over long distances. The bulk of these slaves are prisoners captured in war, though criminals, rebels, and debtors also frequently come to this end. Drakkarans prefer not to send enslaved kobolds to foreign lands, but some of these do slip through. Unsurprisingly, recent conquered lands produce the most slaves, as individuals resistant to Drakkaran rule are the most common here, and fresh corpses ready for reanimation are also plentiful.
Oh my God.
That makes sense, yeah. Lands recently ravaged by disease also see an uptick in slave exports, as the increased availability of undead workers pushes the demand for living slaves even further down than usual. If faced with significant pressure from other nations to abolish slavery, Drakkar would not put up much resistance, as the nation does not see the practice as integral to its economy, merely a convenient way to dispose of undesirable individuals. Yeah, true, actually, because of the zombie fucking shit.
Yeah.
Drakkar would, however, increase its use of zombies to cover the loss of available labor.
Yeah.
Yep. The use of zombie workers, on the other hand, is a far more important aspect of the Drakkaran economy, and one which the nation would fight to the bitter end to preserve. While Drakkarans comprehend the moral objections to holding living beings in bondage, the revulsion others often express toward zombies merely annoys them, and reinforces the nobility's perception of all foreign powers as an existential threat. The zombies are, after all, truly nothing more than mindless corpses animated by magic.
I really love the I love the fear and paranoia.
Yes.
I love it. It's so good.
It makes so much sense because of the way that their society is structured, as well as the heads of their society.
Exactly. Just really, being these ancient vampires who
liches
have survived by doing nothing more than just, doing the whole, what's the term? Reclusive bastard lifestyle.
Isolationist.
Yes, that's it. Man, my brain is not working.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
Tide.
I have that most of the time. My brain does not work. Drakkar opposes the creation of any international community and that could interfere with its ambitions of conquest, and will do what it can to undermine any attempt at such an undertaking. If unable to prevent this, Drakkar would seek to form a rival community to preserve an environment where imperialistic expansion could remain viable.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so good.
Failing
be the good guys, fine. We'll be the bad guys.
Failing even this, Drakkar would consider joining the community in hopes of exerting influence over it, but would decide against this if the requirements of membership were too antithetical to the needs of the Drakkaran social structure, or if there is a danger of exposing the true nature of Drakkaran nobility. If Drakkar believes itself powerful enough to take on the entire community in open war by itself with favorable odds of prevailing, that is the path Drakkar will follow.
Damn.
One last one.
So literally, it would be World War II.
Yes.
Man, that's sick as hell.
Right? Last one is military methodology. Engineers and craftsmen at heart, Drakkaran kobolds consider the ideal of the honor-bound warrior to be a foolish notion. In their view, war is a problem to be overcome through the application of technology. Traps, snares, and machines are their favored weapons, while the soldier's job is merely to deliver the killing blow to a defeated enemy. Drakkaran spears are feared, but Drakkaran shovels are a true source of terror.
Oh, that's such a good man. If you, dude, okay, so Lex, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to make that some form of fucking propaganda slogan.
That is very good, yes. Over time, Drakkar is quick to rid itself of traditional military methods and embrace new technologies as they become available. Likewise, Drakkarans recognize logistics as the lifeline of an army, as they should. If the
These
nation
guys seem like the ultimate power. Like, how the hell does any like normal fantasy civilization beat these motherfuckers?
Right. they're
I guess
very
just by
much
being bigger than a kobold.
Yeah. If the nation has sea access, it will be known for the skill of its shipwrights and the strength of its sailing vessels. As technology advances, Drakkar is quick to develop its transportation infrastructure, becoming early adopters of steam and airships, and investing heavily in rail. In this era, Drakkar recognizes the potential of these technologies to enable the rapid deployment of armies to any place in the world, and thus ramps up its efforts at territorial expansion, hoping to conquer as much as possible before its rivals catch up. At this time, it becomes truly possible for Drakkar to achieve total world conquest, and this will be the outcome if other forces fail to prevent it.
Man. Although I will be honest, I think one of the only issues that I'm seeing with this is that, and I don't mean to be like particularly mean about this, this is somewhat coming across kind of like a Mary Sue nation.
Well, so I don't
just-
think so.
Like, the only reason why I say that is because, like, they have, like, everything, and it just kind of feels somewhat like, man, I love kobolds. I want them to be the most powerful guys.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all.
So, well, so we're in theoretical advancements, right?
Indeed.
And so, but yeah, if this was just the only thing and it was like the only power that could do this, then I would be like, well, okay, so.
Yeah, I suppose if there are
little bit of a
other
problem.
nations who can do a lot of the same stuff, then there's no issue.
Exactly.
But I guess just hearing about it purely on its own. Now, don't get me wrong, all this shit is fucking awesome. I'm just thinking about it on a complete like world stage.
Right. We would need things, and obviously you'd have to make something as detailed to actually like keep it at bay.
Something that would be a fantastic counter to this would be like either a nation of either elves or like woodland humans who are like big on like animals and pack animals and like animal warfare. They use like big fucking elephants or rhinos as siege engines and shit. Maybe they've got like tamed bullets specifically to deal with underground people. That would be fucking
So
I think it needs. This is awesome, but I feel like it needs some sort of a foil because at the moment they sound very powerful.
Right. A big enough horde of orcs might still just crush them unless Drakkar gets too big first. Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, this is like best case scenario. They get fucking real big and they're good.
Yeah.
And all that.
And to me, this is sounding a lot like the Skaven, and it's kind of having a similar issue with how to defeat the Skaven, you know? Of course, obviously, they don't have near that population.
No.
But, yeah. That's my only concern.
Yeah.
And so that would pretty much be solved by just further world building.
Yes, exactly. This part is more like an AI script, really, essentially what they do when they're winning. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. I see. Then I take it back. Instantly agree.
As the atomic age draws near, Drakkar senses the window for world domination beginning to close. Despite Drakkar's cutting-edge military technology, the Empire's ancient feudal system and nationalistic economic policies may be producing serious discontent in the colonies and conquered lands. The nobility...
Then cancel culture pops up.
That's right, Twitter. Oh, jeez. The nobility holds no sympathy for these rebellious sentiments and will use their military might to crush any uprisings. The common people may be more receptive to the anti-imperialist views originating from the colonies, which causes the nobles to crack down on what they consider seditious speech, resulting in a general loss of civil liberties across the empire. Meanwhile, if Drakkar has not yet fully conquered the planet, the Empire attempts to beat its rivals in the development of atomic weapons. If successful, Drakkar uses these weapons to wipe any close rivals off the map and intimidate any less powerful nations into surrender. If other powers develop their nuclear arsenals before Drakkar can destroy them, Drakkar relents from its ambition to fully conquer its homeworld, though it will continue its expansion on any other worlds it can reach. In the event of a full nuclear war, much of Drakkar's underground population will survive, but the nobility will impose totalitarian control over them to quell the chaos resulting from economic disruption and inevitable food shortages, shifting to full reliance on mindless undead for labor and military purposes. In this last scenario, undead armies will be sent out to finish off any survivors of other factions, under the hope that the world could be finally secured for Drakkar now and the rest of the problems sorted out later.
Okay, so I must not have been paying enough attention because I guess I didn't hear the advancement through like the ages. That was my bad.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought this was all taking place during like typical fantasy period. I'm like, I'm sorry, atomic bombs, what?
Yeah.
That's when I'm like, oh, I wasn't listening hard enough because I'm playing Dark Tide. I apologize.
No, you're good. It is still a good thing to have as a concern if it were to get to that point, right? But if it were to get to that point, I would assume it would be deserved. Right? But anyway, really good stuff. Really appreciate that. Thank you for all of that. It was very cool. Yeah. I would love to see that somewhere.
Yeah, me too.
Great show, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so that's it. That's the show. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with us. You know, talking about One D&D and all of that.
And then kobolds.
And then kobolds.
And then OTR garbage systems.
That's right. That's right. Big thank you, of course, again, to the patrons. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frigid Fiend Lux, Frozen Spaghetti, and our Tier 1 contributor. Thank you to all of you who watch, who comment, who like, who subscribe, doing all of the things, and doing, you know, continue with your stuff. Continue doing your things and having a good time and all of that. And we will continue to do it as well, hopefully. So I don't know what we'll do next week, but it'll be the new year.
It will be 2023, the third 2020 in a row.
That's right. And hopefully that will end the 2020 that third time.
Yeah, right? Probably not.
Nope. It's forever.
What are you looking forward to in 2023? What is going to happen, Alejo?
What
will happen?
What will happen? What do I know that will happen? That's a great question.
What will happen? I know that Russia is going to lose.
Okay.
And Putin's going to get cooed.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, it's just going to happen. He's going to wind up getting assassinated by somebody.
Happens,
you know,
right.
You know,
we're making predictions,
because it's Russia.
Yes. I got you.
I know that.
I didn't know we were going on such a grand scale, to be fair.
Well, no, I mean, Bolt Gun is going to be objectively amazing. With no issues.
No issues whatsoever, right?
No issues at all.
You know what? I know for a fact that at one point, someday, I will win against Space Marines.
No, okay,
no, it still hasn't happened.
Well, I mean, okay, look, man, I can do. We're talking about things that will happen, not miracles here.
Dude, every time, like even my roommate, because he plays with them, and he's like, dude, and I'm like, man, at the end of the last game that we played a couple of days ago, he was like, man, this is getting tiring. And I was like, I know.
Does he always win?
Yes, he always wins every time.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's just because Space Marines, man.
Yeah,
Space
I know.
Marines, and I'm
that
like,
sucks.
And I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. I am still learning how to play against Space Marines, but man, they're good.
Yeah, they are.
And my Necrons, they might be supposedly the opposing faction, but man, it does not feel that way.
Tabletop.
It does not feel that way. And maybe when I get my big fucking Doomsday Arc made at some point, maybe then I'll have a chance, maybe. But every time I add another thing, it just seems to go down pretty quick.
I think the thing with Space Marines, the best way to deal with them is massed wounds.
Yeah, that's true.
Just tons and tons and tons of attacks.
Yeah, there's that, but also if you have a chaplain, right? One of their litanies that they get for free. One of the litanies they can choose is the Litany of Faith, which makes it so that they can roll if they're within the aura range. They can roll, and if there is a mortal wound, specifically, they can roll to see if it just doesn't happen.
If they just ignore it.
Yeah, if they just ignore it. And it's and to be fair, they don't get that every turn. They get alternating between their two litanies. They have to.
Yeah.
Which is good. But at the same time, if you get that as a litany, then it's like, fuck. But it doesn't fuck with normal wounds. So that's good.
Yeah.
But
so
man,
if you had the just something that could put out just a ton of attacks.
Yeah. Like the Doomsday Arc will be that. It'll just fucking bombard. And like, yeah, it's just one of those things where like even my if I finish my Tomb Blades, they can zip around and do a bunch of wounds, though they are very weak. But they can shoot a bunch, especially since I gave them the rapid fire stuff, and since they can go 14 inches base, I can get within half range, hopefully quick, and then just do a shit ton and then leave.
Now, do Space Marines do better in melee than they do shooting, or are they kind of equal?
Oh, they're really good no matter what.
God.
To be fair,
fucking blueberries, man.
Well, it's not even just that. He even plays them as Dark Angels, which they're still really good.
Yeah, no, the Dark Angels are pretty badass.
They're really cool.
Sad he didn't play the Lamenters. The Lamenters are based. Because they're so sad.
Yeah.
And everything goes bad for them.
Yeah.
That actually makes me be like, man, I kind of want the Lamenters to win. Just once.
Yeah, I know. I've been led to believe that you can build an army specifically to beat Space Marines and still lose to them. Oh, absolutely. That doesn't surprise me at all. Well, that's the thing. Space Marines have so much shit that they can do. So much shit. It's crazy how much shit they got.
Yeah.
No,
it's almost as if they're the Gary Sues. Gary Sue.
Works too.
Gary Stew.
Yes. They need to be brought down a peg or two. They really do.
Yes, they do. They've needed to be brought down a peg or two for like years and years and years.
Space Marines sound strong. I'm still learning about Warhammer. Oh yeah, they're very strong. Like and it's cool, and believe me, I like them. I like them a lot.
That's the thing. I like them too, but fuck, man.
Yeah, on the table, it's like I don't want to fight a Space Marine thing every day. I'm sorry.
I just don't want to fight them. There's no point.
If I had my own Space Marine army that I could fight against a Space Marine army, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, then we can maybe do something here, right? But at that point, it's like, well, then I would only fight Space Marines with Space Marines or Chaos Space Marines, right? Like that, they would also be an option. But
yeah, but I remember that for a long time they didn't even have the 2 wounds.
Yeah.
Which that was a massive fucking thing where they're like, dude, give us the fucking 2 wounds.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah.
And then you've got every other faction that basically it's just, I just want to fight anything but them. It sucks. I will fight literally anything but Space Marines.
Yeah.
Just because there's almost no point.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It's unfortunate because again,
and it makes me feel bad because I'm like, man, you like the Space Marines? Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to play against them.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, it's what I made my roommate into by giving him the like one of the starter boxes and such. And it's like, yeah, you like space? Here, I have Space Marine. It's just like, oh,
I shouldn't have done that.
I should have done that.
What have I become? What have I created?
I have created a problem for myself.
Yeah. And I remember that there was one point at which Games Workshop themselves, like somebody wrote in, it's like, dude, fucking Space Marines are such a problem. How are you supposed to beat them? Like, can you give me some tips?
Them, right?
No, they said bring your own Space Marines.
That's right. That's what it was. Yeah, I remember that.
Fucking insulting.
Yeah, it really is. That fucking sucks. Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Warhammer isn't perfect, but it's super cool.
Yeah. Like, I mean, hell, I'm really looking forward to Space Marine 2. And that's the game where you get to kill Tyranids.
Yes. Yep. That's true.
Mostly because I'm just so happy to see my boys getting fully represented.
Yeah, that's true.
On the big old screen.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, all we have is Gene Stealers and Gene Stealer cults.
Yup.
I'm hoping it's the Battle of Macragge. Fuck, that'd be so cool if it was the Battle of Macragge. Because then the Ultramarines would be getting shit on. No, they do.
No. What I mean is, yes. Like, please.
Sorry. I see. I thought that was a
No.
That was a of approval, not a
yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
My aren't very distinguishable, I understand.
Yeah, sometimes.
I guess the way to put it is I developed Drakkar at first for a medieval setting, but also wanted to consider how to plug it into a steampunk, modern, or post-apocalyptic setting.
I see. Okay, that's why they are capable of doing all that stuff. Gotcha. So when I heard, because I was playing Darktide the whole time, when I heard all that, I thought that they were just capable of doing all of that to begin with.
Right. So when they have steam engines, the rest of the world is already getting into Miyazaki world too. Yeah. Exactly.
I gotcha. Okay, then I retract my statement.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they're pretty equal with everybody.
Yes. Which group in Warhammer is the weakest?
Probably the Harlequins.
Yes.
In terms of like lore. On the table, they're actually kind of strong.
Yeah, if we're talking about on the table...
Oh, jeez. On the table, it would probably be...
I think the... Ooh, I don't know enough about the Eldar, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think I think it would be a toss-up between the Eldar, and this is going to sound weird, but the Adeptus Sororitas.
I think the Sororitas, since they got their update, have been much better.
Oh, have they? I haven't
think
really
so.
heard anything about them.
That's
good
fair.
or bad.
That's fair.
And usually if something is good, you hear a lot about it, and if it's bad, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But maybe just not enough people play them. I
think that's also true. I don't think a lot of people play them.
Which sucks, because they're fucking awesome.
They are awesome. I'm gonna get them. So I have one of my friends, I literally got Sororitas because I'm like, yeah, I want somebody to have these, please.
I want to fight them.
I want to fight.
Cool.
Yeah. But I'm gonna get my own too because I'm a fucking masochist with wanting to paint all these things and have them all. And
Are you ever gonna do any Age of Sigmar stuff?
One day. I'm more
focus on you, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm fairly close.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, of finishing my Tyranids like completely.
That's fair.
So when you finish your Necrons, I'm gonna start working on one of my Age of Sigmar armies because after my Tyranids, that's all I've got. So I need you to pick an Age of Sigmar army.
Man, I've got so many 40k boxes next to me.
I know.
It's gonna be a bit. I'm literally working.
Buy more of a different brand. I'm imploring you to buy more plastic crack. I see no issue with it.
I have no issue with this. Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I would, but I'm also saving up for things, but also...
But the things that you were saving for are plastic crack.
Well,
you ain't know this. Don't you lie.
Yeah. But I have a few, like, I bought off eBay, I bought some skinks.
That's right.
Back.
You were gonna do Lizardmen's.
I was.
Now.
Are they even in Age of Sigmar though? Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
good.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. They're in Age of Sigmar.
I was because I really like skinks. So and Lizardmen in general. So hola.
Dude, one thing that I wanted to do, a Space Marine chapter that was all about that used dinosaurs.
Oh, that'd be sick.
And had like cannons mounted on T-Rexes and shit.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
That'd be so cool, dude. And I would just take Age of Sigmar shit and just, slap 40k shit on it. It's like, this is 40k now.
Yeah, you totally could.
And it would be a either a Salamanders chapter or a Lamenters chapter.
Okay, yeah.
And I would just be like, look, the Lamenters, they got so sad that they said, fuck it, we're not going to be sad anymore. We're mad now. We got
dinosaurs. Yeah.
And then I would have a single noise marine in there. And I would just say that, yeah, he's our hype man.
Yeah.
Because noise marines are the coolest marines.
Are you doing more Warhammer? I would like to, yeah. So I have Battlescribe on my phone and it's up to date.
Oh really?
Yeah, I don't know if Battlescribe...
Now, I thought that the whole thing was that we needed it to be Yellow Scribe.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Well, so
that was the thing.
Yeah, I wonder if let me check into it.
Because the thing is, what we could do, it would take fucking forever, but we could do it. Where we could take our models into Tabletop Sim and then just name them and input all the pertinent information that we need.
That is true. Yeah.
And then save them.
Yeah.
And that way we could just spawn that named thing in there and just be good. It would just take forever to enter in all the information.
We
could do that.
We very much could do that, actually. Yeah.
That would be like a day.
Yeah, we would sit down for a fucking day and do that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just fucking input all our information.
Yeah, well, Yellow Scribe is there and it does exist, but I don't know if it is usable still.
The problem was that it creates a file that cannot be imported into what's right yet.
That's right.
Either that or it was something to do with Age of Sigmar that it does the same thing where you just can't input anything.
Well, I'll look into Battle Scribe again just to make sure that it can still update, because that was incredible. That has been incredibly useful, regardless of if the Yellow Scribe works or not.
I mean, hell, I still use Battle Scribe to build lists.
Yeah,
that's what I still use to like check my list and be like, okay, what do I need?
I have it now for the things that I own, so that I know what I have and what it could do, and like what I will want to get in the future for it, right? So yeah, we'll do more Warhammer in the future. Don't worry. It'll be a thing. It's just I was waiting for Yellow Scribe to be fixed or whatever it was, and we'll look into that more.
And fucking holidays are impossible to do anything in.
Yeah,
I haven't been able to write in a month, and I'm mad.
That's fair. I've been trying to get my things off the ground of like a session 0, and it's still like we've been encountering problems left and right of like scheduling. So I'm like, okay, it might be better to just wait until after the holiday, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And I just started painting a Lehman Russ. So
nice.
Yeah. It's gonna be a big purple Lehman Russ. It's gonna be sick.
Yo.
Yeah, I like the idea of using like all of my humanity faction, except for maybe Sororitas, I don't know, but being purple. So like that one Space Marine that I have that's purple, and then I'm gonna have purple Guardsmen, and it's gonna be good. I like it.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Yeah. Anyway, we've just been kind of prattling on for a while.
Yeah, now we're kind of just waffling.
Yeah, so thank you again for hanging out with us, and we will see you next week.
Yes, in the new year.
That's right, in the new year. Happy New Year, everybody. Wow.
Indeed. Happy New Year, and we'll probably say it again when they do the next thing.
That's true.
So we don't need to say it here, so we can just leave.
Nope.